Houston, Texas. Fox Sports Houston brings you Houston Astros baseball today on this Sunday matinee. It's Game 3 of a 3-game series with Tampa Bay meeting Houston. And good afternoon, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. The Rays are looking good right now with solid pitching, good defensive play. They've won the first 2 of this series, J.D.
Well, the Astros came into this series with 2 hot starting pitchers starting Friday and Saturday. Wandy and Bud Norris, both of them struggle, so maybe fortunes will flip the other way for J. Happ, who has struggled lately. Maybe today will be his day to get things turned around. You look at the breakdown on J. Happ, first 8 games, 3-4 with a 5.40 ERA. Despite pitching a little bit better over his last 7 starts, he is winless with 5 losses.
He's been working on some things in his bullpen between starts, and he's about to put them into use. Meanwhile, the youngsters, the future Carlos Lees of the world, are coming in for a parade on the field right before this one. We'll see the Rays and the Astros in just a moment.
Houston is brought to you by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. We're just about set for baseball, interleague baseball style, as the Astros take on the Tampa Bay Rays in the 3rd and final game of this series. The Rays winning the first 2. The Astros trying to get one before the Rays leave town. Teams are on the field. The Astros are on the field. That means our guys in the booth are ready to go. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
Thank you, Greg Lucas. The umpires are huddled just to the left of home plate as we look down at J. Happ warming up. And the lineup cards have been presented to that umpiring crew with Tony Randazzo getting set to work home plate today. He'll be joined by Larry Vanover, Brian Gorman, and Jim Wolf. And the Rays have certainly pitched well in this series. They got the complete game 5-1 win from James Shields Friday night, limiting the Astros to 3 hits. Last night, a 7-2 win for Tampa Bay. A strong 7 innings for Wade Davis. He gave up 1 run. So the Astros challenge is that hopefully Jay Happ will get off to a nice start, and they can give him some run support today against this club, which is now 9 games over 500. That's a high water mark for the Tampa Bay Rays. They will go back home after this game. Happ is 3-9. His ERA 5.33. And he's given up 10 homers in 82 2/3 innings. He's shown some good signs along the way, though, JD.
Yeah, you know, he's had some good starts. It's just a matter of finding some consistency. That's been the problem for Jay so far this year. Last time out, a great example, just 2 2/3 innings, allowed 8 hits, 7 runs, 5 earned in the start in Arlington. So he works with an extra day's rest. He threw 84 pitches in that short outing in Texas. But obviously, he would love to get things turned around and headed in the right direction.
Here's the lineup for Joe Madden's Rays, who have won 7 of their last 8. Johnny Damon in left, Ben Zobrist in right, Evan Longoria at third, B.J. Upton in center. Sean Rodriguez is the second baseman, batting fifth. It's Casey Kochman at first base, Kelly Shopik the catcher. Elliott Johnson is the shortstop, and Jeff Neiman of Rice University and Lamar High School will be the pitcher. Jay Happ ready to go, and Damon at 266 with 8 homers, 34 runs batted in, settles in. Johnny 1 for 4 last night with an RBI single. And he looks at ball 1 upstairs. Damon is 0 for 3 in his career against Jay Happ. Just moved ahead of Jimmy Fox on the all-time hit list with that hit last night. He has 2,647 now. He's only 7 away from tying Ted Williams for 71st place.
How old is Damon?
37.
37. And doing a lot of DHing now. That'll help preserve the body. Very good athlete. Who knows how long he'll go.
He could keep going for a while now. Been DHing quite a bit this year, but playing left field now twice in this series.
Got to have 3,000 on his mind.
Yeah. Line shot caught. Now the Astros, after we've been talking about the Tampa Bay Rays saying we catch line drives, maybe the Astros are going to beat them at their own game.
Yeah. Well, Damon puts a good swing on this one, but Chris Johnson, he did not even have to move his feet, barely had to shift his weight. And we'll take a look at the rest of the Astros defensively. There's the standard outfield alignment. Clint Barmas had the day off yesterday. Matt Downs got to start at short. But Clint back in there today. The regular cast of characters. Astros 3 deep now at the catching position, with Brian Esposito having been called up prior to yesterday's ball game after the injury to JR.
262 for Ben Zobrist. He's driven in 39 to lead the club. He's 1 for 6 with an RBI in this series. And Happ has missed with both those 2 fastballs. So J.R. Toles, with the 11 stitches in his chin, did pinch hit last night. Available to do more of that today, but he won't catch for a few days. Can't put that mask on with the stitches. There's a strike, and it's 2-1. Doug Brocale stayed up until 4:30 in the morning looking at video of Jay Happ a few nights ago. They've been working on things in the bullpen between starts. It's 3-0.
And that's important to take a struggling pitcher. You don't want to necessarily break him down and do a lot of different things, but if you put one positive in his mind, get in that bullpen session and say, hey, let's work on doing this. And kind of give him that so he can take that to the mound. And that way he's focusing on something positive as opposed to last time I went out there I got lit up and gave up 7 runs.
Now Evan Longoria with 7 homers, 28 runs batted in. He has a .238 batting average, still trying to get rolling the way he has the last few years. But he missed a month with an injury. And in this series he's rolled. He's 4 for 8 with a homer, and he's driven in 5. Again, Jay missing outside. There's ball 1. On that third base side of the rubber. Double play set up for Barmas and Keppinger.
Zobrist has stolen 7 bases this year, been caught just once.
Longoria had a shot in his left foot a few days ago. He has a nerve condition in that foot that flares up on him from time to time. Lines one out into left center field. That's in for a hit. And now 2 men on for the Rays. And it's Upton coming up.
So far, not a good start for Jay. A line out. A ball that was really well struck. A walk. And now this single by Longoria. And Upton steps up there, representing a very dangerous bat.
Upton's hit 2 homers in 2 games in this series. Off that tough start, Happ giving up 5 earned runs, 7 total in 2 2/3 at Texas. Now trying to get a double play ball. Upton's on a 6-game hitting streak. There's ball 1 away again from the right-handed hitter. Upton had 224 as a 311 on base average.
Happ doing a double take, and Brocail or somebody from the dugout asking Tony Randazzo where that pitch was, and he motioned with his hand that it was away.
Now 2-0. Rays are 9th in runs scored in the American League. They are 11th in on base average, making the most of a subpar offensive season to this point, but the pitching has been very good and the glove work outstanding. That's cranked to left center field. Michael Bourne will just watch it fly. That is a long 3-run blast by Upton. 3-0 Rays as Upton hits his 11th and his 3rd in 3 games in this series. And all coming off lefties. Wandy Rodriguez Friday night, Fernando Abad last night, and now Jay Happ gives it up to Upton. 11th home run surrendered by Happ this year.
Yeah, and you can understand his predicament with 2 men already, 2 ball, no strike, and he was fearful of falling further behind Upton and possibly walking him. But he's a bit of a free swinger and probably did not have to give in and throw that pitch. You can tell by the reaction of Corporon, there was no doubt about it when he hit it.
Now Sean Rodriguez showing bunt, takes a strike. 227 is his average, including 3 homers. He's driven in 15.
Boy, this is where, if you're Jay Happ, you really got to fight it mentally, because you come off a bad start, you're having a tough year, you get your work done in the bullpen, and you try to put all the negative behind you and start fresh, and then boom, you give up a 3 spot in the first.
Absolutely. No balls, 2 strikes.
It's just you really have to fight that inclination to just cave in.
Sean Rodriguez had a big night Friday night, going 3 for 4. 1-2. Joe Madden has some movable chess pieces on his club. Last night it was Zobrist at second base with Matt Joyce playing right field. But against the lefty, Joyce takes a seat. So does John Jaso, who pitched caught last night against a right-hander.
Yeah, he's got guys that can play different positions, and he's got a real nice mix of left and right-handed bats too. So he never really feels like he's at a significant disadvantage from one side of the plate or the other.
Strike 3 call, 2 outs. When the Rays score first in a game, their record's 32-8.
Well, that time Jay got the borderline call. And that's a big pitch there. If he can command that spot, he'll have a chance.
Casey Kochman looks at strike 1. Kochman is 3 for 7 with a homer against Happ. 342 is his excellent average with 3 homers. He's driven in 20, up from 189 last year. No balls, 2 strikes.
And nobody can hit in Seattle. Not even Ichiro.
Well, that was a tough year for him. He drove in 51 in Seattle in 414 at bats. Much better outlook this season.
Well, good job of scouting and the ability to sign Kochman. Obviously somebody saw something, knew that he was more likely to perform closer to his career norms than what happened last year in Seattle. He's gone above and beyond with that 342 batting average so far this year.
Chased that one and struck out. But the Rays came up with a 3-run burst on 2 hits. Upton providing the long ball to make it Tampa Bay 3. Houston coming up. Astros come up with this lineup for Brad Mills today. It's Michael Bourne in center leading it off, followed by Jeff Keppinger. Hunter Pence bats third in right field. Carlos Lee's the left fielder, the cleanup man, followed by Chris Johnson at third, Brett Wallace at first, Clint Barmas at short, Carlos Corporon the catcher, Jay Happ pitching.
Big Jeff Neiman, Lamar High School, Rice University, making his 8th start. He's spent some time on the DL with a back issue. He's 2-4 with a .482 through 7 starts and 37 1/3 innings. He's walked 10, struck out 22, allowed 5 long ones, and a batting average against of .270. Defensively, David Upton Zobrist will run him down in the outfield. Longoria, Johnson, Rodriguez, Kochman cover the infield. Kelly Shopik, the catcher, throws well. Might not do him much good, though. Neiman, the big righty, fairly easy to run against.
Throws that one right in for Michael Bourne. There's strike one call to a .284 hitter. 1 homer, 25 runs batted in, a .353 on base average for Michael. Bouncer. And the shortstop. Johnson plays it to his left and takes care of out number 1. Neiman was undrafted after high school at Lamar High School here in Houston, then went on to Rice University where he had a stellar career and was a first-round pick in 04. He was the 4th overall pick in 04.
As a kid, he grew up with Emeka Okafor, played Pony League baseball together, and then sometime around middle school, Neiman said, well, I'm going to stick to baseball, and Okafor said, well, I'll stick to basketball, and it's worked out pretty well for both of them.
Yes, it has.
Hello, Neiman.
Jeff Keppinger's the batter. He whacks one to left center field. That's a flyer over Damon. It bangs off the bullpen fence. Keppinger heads for second base, and he has a 1-out double, number 6 of the year.
A great swing of the bat there. Keppinger usually patient, doesn't attack that first pitch all that often, but if you're that type of hitter, every now and then you've got to change things up. And Neiman threw him that first pitch cookie, and Jeff jumped all over it. 4-seam fastball about mid-thigh, right over the heart of the plate.
Now that gives Hunter Pence a man in scoring position, and he's been a .393 hitter with men in scoring position, 3rd best in the National League. Last night he picked up his 52nd run batted in, going 1 for 3 with a walk. His 9 homers and a .316 average. Strike one.
Elevates a 4-seam fastball. A big guy, but he's not overpowering. It's fastball, curve, slider, and a split finger pitch for a changeup. Astros really could use this run here, and not just for the obvious reasons. They're down 3 already, but to change the story from, oh no, here we go again, to, hey, we're right there, we're going to get this guy.
True. Big curveball comes in for a strike. That makes it 0-2. Neiman has pitched once against the Astros, and that was a good one here last year.
See Hunter flinching a little bit with that breaking ball.
Neiman beat Wandy Rodriguez here last May 23rd, 4-2, giving up 2 runs in 7 innings. He allowed a Lance Berkman homer. There's the stop by Shopik, and it's a 1-ball 2-strike count on Hunter Pence. Hunter's 3rd in the league in hits with 94. Shopik sliding his body out to the right to stop it. The Astros have been outscored in the first inning this season, 55-34. Carlos Lee's on deck. Two balls, 2 strikes to Hunter Pence. Neiman has spent a lot of time on the disabled list this year. He's made only 7 starts with that 2-4 record, a 4.82 ERA. But last time out of Milwaukee on Monday, 6 shutout innings and an 8-4 win for Neiman.
Just beating Milwaukee in their own ballpark is good enough. Then to shut them out for 6, that's something special against that club.
It really is. Neiman's had a back problem this year that forced him onto the DL for 6 weeks. Lower back strain. Made 3 rehab starts in the minor leagues before he returned. 6'9" and 260.
Yeah, big man. It's a big matchup. Happ stands 6'6", Neiman at 6'9", and not uncommon for a big, tall pitcher to have back problems.
Now it's a full count. Neiman's 28 years old. Last year he was 12-8 for the Rays after a 13-6 09 season.
Hunter showing good patience, working this count full, and so the question becomes, will he be able to show that same patience on 3-2? You see it a lot with hitters. They'll get back to 3-2 and then they'll convince themselves they're going to get a strike and get a little overly aggressive.
And he did get overly aggressive and struck out.
Especially in an RBI situation.
2 outs.
It's indicative of a team that's pressing, but that's just the nature of hitters. In an RBI situation, they kind of convince themselves they're going to get something to swing at there on 3-2. And the pitcher in that instance, he throws the ball out of the zone with the sense that he's going to get a swing. It's not like he's willing to walk him. He thinks he's going to get a swing there.
Carlos Lee, 2 for 8 with an RBI in this series. He's driven in 38 this season. He's hitting .265. He looks at the curve for ball 1. The Astros have seen a lot of curveballs and changeups from the Tampa Bay pitchers in this series. Lee is 1 for 3 with an RBI against Neiman. That's called a strike, and it is even at 1 ball 1 strike now. Astros have dropped 22 games under 500 for the first time this season with a record of 28-50. They've lost 16 of 21. They're 0-2 on this homestand after going 2-8 on the last homestand. An off day is coming tomorrow, and then the Texas Rangers come in Tuesday night for the opener of a 3-game series. Jordan Lyles and C.J. Wilson will do the pitching Tuesday night at 7:05. Wednesday night it's Brett Myers and Colby Lewis. Thursday night Wandy Rodriguez and Matt Harrison. 7:05 for all 3 of those games. It's 2-2. Neiman not throwing a very high percentage of fastballs in this inning.
I threw that one to Keppinger that got hammered, so
maybe that's why.
If you get that kind of feedback, it's like, all right, let's go to plan B here.
Yeah, there is some rhyme or reason to what he and Kelly Shoppick are planning here, apparently. And that's a foul ball. The Rays go back home. They face the Cincinnati Reds. Joe Madden's club is 8-3 in interleague play, despite hitting only .234 as a team. But they've scored 51 runs in 11 games. It's better than their overall output. And they've hit 8 homers in those 11 games.
Batting average is overrated. Pretty good indication of the, going beyond the batting average. They hit for, not a ton of power, but they hit some home runs and they run the bases well.
Phil Boudreau has Neiman down for 8 fastballs, 6 curves, and 2 sliders so far. Chris Johnson's on deck. Cracked into right center field. An RBI for Lee, making it 3-1. It rolls all the way to the bullpen fence. Lee into second. Dave Clark is moving him on into third. Here's the relay, not in time. Didn't even make the throw, and it's a triple for Lee. 3rd triple of the year for Carlos. He got the first 2 very early in the season. That's RBI number 39.
And a big one. We talked about how the Astros needed to change the storyline, and Carlos did that with that swing of the bat. And he hit a double into the right center alley last night as well. Really had a nice night at the plate last night. Carlos showing some signs of starting to drive the ball a little bit better and scampering all the way into third base.
That's a 2-out, 2-strike hit. Now 3-1 game, and it's Chris Johnson batting. He has 32 runs batted in. Strike one to CJ. He's on a 4-game hitting streak right now. He's hitting .305 in the month of June. 6 homers and a .244 average. Brad Mills says his 2-strike approach has been very good lately. It's 1-1. That ties Carlos Lee's career high for triples in a season with 3. Chris Johnson has hit .340 in his last 13 games, going 16 for 50. Wallace is on deck. Ground ball, and Elliott Johnson is there. And the Astros come up with a run. Keppinger doubled. Lee tripled him home to make it 3-1 after 1.
Time to join the movement.
Three to 1 ball game. The Rays lead it after 1. We go to inning number 2, and it's Kelly Shopik leading it off against Jay Happ, who gave up a 3-run homer to Upton in the first after a walk and a single preceded it. Then he struck out Rodriguez and Kochman. Shopik, a 187 hitter with 4 homers, has driven in 13. The appeal went to first. He checked his swing. Larry Vanover with the call. It's ball 1.
Shopik, he swings and misses a lot. 41 strikeouts, 107 at bats.
There's another piece of evidence to support your thesis. 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year he struck out 71 times and 158 at bats. That's terrible. No wonder he hit 196.
Yeah, well, his strikeout rate this year, I mean, there was a note here in their press notes. I think his rate is second only to Adam Dunn.
Okay. 1-2. Well, that's mysterious what has happened to Adam Dunn this year. 12 walks, 41 strikeouts for Kelly Shopik.
Yeah, and that's kind of the rub. You know, if you're a high strikeout guy, but you walk a lot and hit for power, you can live with it.
Strikeout number 3 in a row for Happ.
Maybe a couple fastballs right by him.
Well, he's locating now, and he wasn't doing that in the first inning. Elliott Johnson's the batter. Switch hitting infielder takes ball one. 202 is his average with 3 homers, 11 runs batted in. As a right-handed hitter, he's hit .250. Lefty hitting shortstop Reed Brignac played that position last night. It's 2-0. Happ has walked 41 now in 83 and 2/3 innings. Two balls and a strike.
Is a pretty big number, but it's not out of line with what he did last year. His walk rate, as a matter of fact, is a little bit lower this year, and his strikeout rate is a little bit higher.
So what do you think's going on?
He's just giving up more hits.
And Brad Mills was talking before the game about quality strikes. But he said sometimes a pitcher's trying to throw a quality strike and then he misses, so it becomes a ball.
Yeah, and then what do you do? How do you work your way out of bad counts? We saw that example of 2-0 with Upton when he gave up the home run.
Strike three. Johnson is dismayed by the call by Tony Randazzo, and he's going to stop by and chat a little bit on his way back.
Well, it's interesting because there are a number of very close pitches throughout that at bat. You see it there. Happ was dancing all around the edges of that strike zone, and number 6 on the knees. Johnson thought it was low.
Did that hit the notch of the knee?
Might have got the notch.
Okay.
Our pitch tracker, a lot of pitches that hitters think are low and that generally are called low show up as strikes.
Neiman with that huge strike zone looks at one, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. He is 0 for 2 this season, 2 strikeouts.
And I think it would be a better game if umpires would consistently call that low strike and expand the zone up and down.
Neiman gets a hit into the right field corner, kicks out for Hunter Pence, and that'll mean a single for Neiman. First hit by a Tampa Bay pitcher this season. They had been 0 for 19 with 14 punch-outs.
You know, the big guy's feeling good about that. And somewhere there's a cheering section as they call for that ball to be thrown into the dugout. Now it's going over to the Astros dugout, and Damon's going to run it down.
Yeah, they don't much run it over on that side.
That ball could have gone all the way to the corner, and it was going to be a single. I mean, the big guy, you know, he's had the back problems. He was not going to spend a whole lot of energy going down that baseline. He's got more important things to worry about.
Johnny Damon lined to third, leading off the game.
Like they're waiting for Kareem to come on down court.
Ball 1 to Damon. Began his career with Kansas City. This line drive is caught again. What a play by Chris Johnson. Second time he's caught a Damon liner. This one took some extra effort. He snagged it on its way to the left field corner. 3-1. center making cancer history, showing you on June 26, 1988. Craig Biggio made his major league debut. He was 0 for 2. He stole a base and scored. J.D. and Larry Anderson combined to shut out the Giants 6-0. So he caught a shutout in his debut.
He threw out somebody trying to steal in that ball game too.
It's a nice debut. And he happens to be here today. General manager's booth alongside Enos Cabell and others over in Ed Wade's booth. It's a 3-1 ball game here, and it'll be Wallace, Barmas, and Corporon batting. And Biggio with 3,060 career hits, 20th on the all-time list, 5th on the all-time doubles list, 668, the top right-handed hitter, and 414 stolen bases with a 281 career average.
He's got his own theme music.
That's pretty cool.
You know you've made it. And you've got your own theme music.
Yes, you do. And you'd love to see Brett Wallace lead off and get on base here for the Astros. Take the ball one high from Neiman. 292 for Brett, 4 homers. He's driven in 21. Just came out of an 0 for 22 slump. He was 1 for 4 last night. Now it's 2 balls, no strikes. Wallace 2 for 7 in this series, 227 in the month of June. Infield shifted around, playing him to pull. And he fouls it. 2-1. Astros are 3-5 in interleague play. It's the second straight year Tampa Bay has come to Houston in an odd scheduling quirk. Fouled away again. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, it's official now. Davey Johnson has been named the manager of the Nationals for the remainder of this season.
And then through a contract that goes through next year with an option for 2013. Davey Johnson at 68 years of age, just a pup compared to Jack McKeon. Stepped into the Marlins manager's seat a few days ago. Who's next? Whitey Herzog?
Yeah, why not?
Make a comeback?
Sure. 3-2. Marlins have to be a little nonplussed by the fact that they're playing home games in Seattle this weekend. There's a U2 concert, and they need 4 days to set up for it in Miami. Must be a big concert.
It's U2, man.
Okay. Line drive left. Damon back. Damon leaping. It's off the wall. It kicks back toward the infield. And Wallace is in with a double. Well, Biggio, the number 5 doubles hitter of all time, gets to watch Wallace lead off with his 19th double.
Now, one of the challenges for a team that comes here and a team that doesn't come here very often is for the left fielder to learn how to play the wall. We saw it last night with Sam Fuld getting tight to the wall and having the carom go back over his head. And here's Johnny Damon trying to track that one down. And you can understand he wasn't that far away from making a play on it. And then it becomes Johnson's responsibility, the shortstop, to provide support.
Clint Barmas would love to move him around. Matt Downs started at short last night. Barmas had the night off, fouls it back, strike 1.
I'll tell you what, Jeff Neiman is throwing an 89, 90 mile an hour fastball without a whole lot of movement, and he's willing to throw it over the heart of the plate. He's already given up 3 extra base hits in 6 hitters. And there's going to be more trouble if he keeps doing that. Look where that pitch was.
Right there.
It's one thing if you're throwing 95 or if you've got great movement, but at least from what we can see on a television monitor, it doesn't appear to have either.
Whack to the left field corner. That one is deep in the corner. It'll score Wallace. Here's a throw into second. Barmas going in head first. He has an RBI double. And it's 3-2 Tampa Bay. Back-to-back doubles. That's number 11 by Barmas. His 12th run batted in.
We've talked a lot in recent games about the Astros' inability to slug, don't hit home runs. But if you can bang out a bunch of doubles, that usually will get the job done. So 4 hits, all for extra bases. This time it's a changeup that stayed up in the zone. And an early meeting in the mound at Jim Hickey. I think he's seeing the same things we're seeing from up here, and I think he's going to give Neiman some other ideas. Hey, man, you got to start getting that ball down or start working in your breaking pitch, something.
It's 3 doubles for the Astros today, 158 for the year. They lead the National League in 2 base hits. In the first 2 games of the series, the Astros had a total of 8 at-bats with runners in scoring position. This is the 5th already today. And it's Carlos Corporon. 105 with 2 runs batted in for Carlos. Jay Happ on deck. Be a great spot for him to come through and get his 3rd RBI. That one goes toward the left field corner. Damon got caught in tight, and that will be a foul ball. Well, it sure looked like that ball would be fair. Damon was backtracking it toward the corner.
And there's very little room there between the line and out of play, but Carlos managed to find it. Just had a little slicing action. Look at Millsy. He went down in the dugout to get a better look at that one.
Yeah, he did. So that's strike 1, and now Corporon comes back. Just having missed an RBI double of his own to keep that theme going for the Astros. They've had 4 hits, all for extra bases in this one. Barmas represents the potential tying run.
Johnny Damon understandably has cheated a couple of steps towards the line. Tired of running into that corner. It's giving Corporon a lot of real estate in left center.
Yes, it is. Well, that's a lot of ground for B.J. Upton because he's way over in right center. Kind of unusual positioning compared to where Damon is. But it might be irrelevant if Neiman throws pitches like that. With that result, it's 1-2. There's a ton of room in left center field for Corporon.
Corporon, he's had his strikeout problems too in his limited playing time. "17 strikeouts and 38 at bats."
Well, the starting pitchers have really been in a nice groove for Joe Madden and Jim Hickey with a 1.41 ERA for the last 8 games. And they have 8 wins in the 11 games against National League foes. Their starting pitchers really doing well in this stretch. It's up, and it's 2-2. Neiman left his last start after 6 innings. He had a 5-0 lead. And in doing so, he snapped a 4-game losing streak. Left-handed hitters had been really tattooing him before that last game. They had been hitting .349 off him, but against Milwaukee, they were 0 for 10. For the season, .301 is the batting average for left-handed hitters against Jeff Neiman. Neiman took a no-hitter into the 7th inning in a doubleheader win over the Twins earlier this season. Wound up giving up just 2 hits and 1 run in 7 innings. That's grounded, and a diving play, but can Neiman get there in time? He does. Great effort by Sean Rodriguez. As Kochman went for the grounder also, but Rodriguez got it to Neiman, and Barmas is on third with 1 out.
And I'm sure Rodriguez thinking was, I'm going to leave my feet just to make sure this run doesn't score. And then he pops up and is able to complete the play and get Corporon at first base. Nicely executed by the Rays. Corporon at least able to get Barmas over there to third base.
Now the infield comes in for Jay Happ. Jay's hitting .304 with 1 homer. He's driven in 4. He fouls it with a chance to tie this game if he gets the runner home from third. Jay's the major league leader with that .304 batting average. 4 pitchers. His career average was .052 coming into this season, but he's 7 for 23. It's 1-1 to Happ.
Well, with the infield pulled in, Joe Madden doesn't want to see Happ bloop one into the outfield and drive this run in, so they get the outfielders very shallow as well.
Hit his home run here against Arizona May 29th. A nice shot to right field. Put a beautiful swing on it. Now he's worked the count to 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, he owes Neiman. Neiman got a knock off him.
That's right.
Get a little revenge here.
He looks at strike 2, and it's 2-2 to Happ now. Boston leads 1-0 at Pittsburgh. They're in the bottom of the 4th in the deciding game of that interleague series. Andrew Miller going for Boston today. Broken bat, it goes foul. Jay will get another piece of lumber with a 2-2 count. Pirates had their biggest crowd ever last night at PNC Park. Prince Fielder has 25 runs batted in this month. Now we have a 10-game winner in the National League, Jair Jurgens of the Braves. Alexi Ogando going the other direction for Texas. And the fireworks guy started the show a little early last night.
So they're all giddy in Pittsburgh. Everybody's getting a little geeked up, and the fireworks guy flipped the switch too early.
Well, there was a question whether the ball had been caught in right field or not.
No mulligans for that.
That's strike 3. 2 outs now. Second strikeout for Neiman, and Michael Bourne will bat. Now the reason for that fireworks, and also at the same time a lot of the fans thought the game was over. They thought a ball had been caught in right field up against the wall, but it kind of disappeared behind the right fielder and then popped out later. So the fireworks went off, and the Pittsburgh starting pitcher Jeff Karstens leaped over the railing and headed for the field for congratulations. He had to slink back to his seat. There's strike 1 to Michael, who grounded out to short.
I don't suppose he picked up the win.
He did.
Yeah. Guarantee if that was a no decision, he wouldn't have jumped out as those fireworks went off.
It's 1-1. Neiman looked down at his landing area there after he delivered that pitch. Curveball inside to Michael Bourne.
We talk a lot about the efficiency of getting runners home from third, less than 2 outs, or driving in that no-out double in the situation here with Barmas on second and nobody out. But you're at the bottom of the order, so it's a little bit different. If the Astros fail to convert here, you don't judge it the same way you would, let's say 2, 3, 4 in the order. Failed to get that man home after a no-out double.
Neiman has a chance to get out of it, retaining his lead. Keppinger's on deck. This one gets away. Barmas coming home to tie it. 3-3 ball game as Barmas scores on a wild pitch.
Belated high five to Carlos Corporon. It was his ground ball to the right side that got Barmas to third and allowed him to come home on that curveball that got away from Shopik.
Bounced well out in front of the plate. Barmas was ready to make the move home. Bourne to left center field. Upton legging over for it. Cruises for the catch. And the Astros get their second and third doubles of the game. They've had 4 extra base hits in the first 2. They get one from Wallace, one from Barmes, and then a wild pitch ties the game 3-3.
Trivia question of the day, and it involves both the Astros and the opposition, Tampa Bay. The question is very simple. They were born in 1998. One player or more were part of that first Tampa Bay team that also had connections with the Astros. Who were they or it?
1998. 1998 Rays.
Got a lot of them now, but not in 98. The number was considerably less.
How about Vinny Castilla?
And that is not correct.
Line shot into right center field. Hunter Pence over to play it as Zobrist has slashed one. And he's aboard leading off the third inning in a 3-3 game. 98 Rays.
A lot of hard hit balls in this ball game already.
Yes. Longoria comes up next. He singled to left center in the first inning.
Let's see.
Expansion Rays with Astro ties. 98, that's so long ago.
Players that played with both at one point or another.
Oh, played with both. Okay.
Yeah, they had to play with both. Yes, so you can eliminate coaches and stuff like that.
Okay.
And so how many are we looking for?
Very few. Because the question actually was supposed to be how many and who. But I'll give you a clue. One.
One player?
One player. On the 98 Rays also had a playing career with the Astros.
I could probably look up the 98 Rays roster, look at all the guys, and still not be sure who it was.
No, you'd recognize him because your heads look a lot alike.
Oh.
Don Zimmer.
No.
Don Rickles.
Well, he was also a pitcher.
Don Juan. No. Let's see. 98 Rays.
And this pitcher actually played for the Astros twice in both 2003 and 2007.
Really?
He was a reliever.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
And his name signifies lack of color.
Rick White.
Hey.
You got it.
Very nice.
Only a few more clues than normal, but it counted.
Well, you know, by about the 8th inning, eventually we would have gotten it.
Yeah, Rick White's the only one that was on the 98 team that also played at one time with the Astros.
Okay.
Here is the official payoff on the AT&T trivia question. Rick White.
Now,
He was with the Astros in 2003, 15 games, 23 games in 2007, and with the Rays in 38 games that first year, 2-6 with a 3.80.
Ground ball to third, goes foul. Still 2-2 to Longoria.
If you're playing along at home and you got that right, you're likely related to Rick White.
Or you knew him real well when he was here. By the way, let's once again plug our email address, foxsportshouston@yahoo.com. You can write anytime, and I'll get some answers back to you. Some I'll forward, but we use some of the better ones on Tuesdays on the pregame show, so keep that in mind.
Hunter Pence comes over toward the right field line. A long run here for Hunter. That is a hit. It gets behind him. It rolls toward the corner. Stop sign at third base, and the Rays have runners at second and third on a looping double by Longoria. Just barely fair.
Yeah, and we talked about all the balls that have been hit hard in this game already. That one far from well struck, just a little blooper, and Hunter was such a long way to go. Sold out, really gave it everything he had, but just did not have enough time to get under that ball. Zobrist could not assume that the ball would not be caught, and that's why he had to hold up until it got down. Otherwise, he would have scored.
That's the sixth hit in the series for Longoria. Now the infielders stay back with nobody out, and there's ball one to Upton, who ripped a homer in the first.
Pretty good looking breaking ball right there, and Corporon didn't handle it. I don't know if that cost a half a call or not.
Two balls, no strikes. 50 pitches in for Jay Happ. Jay's working with an extra day of rest with the off day. Last pitched on Monday in Texas. It's 3-0 now. Rodriguez on deck.
Well, given what happened last time up on 2-0, I suspect he'll be a little judicious here on 3-0. If not, put him on. See if he can get him to chase something. Happ wants to talk to Corporon about that very thing.
Now, you were talking last night about all the different catchers the Astros have had this season, and that's been part of the challenge for the pitching staff. Humberto Quintero, probably, according to reports, about a week away, or maybe a few days more than that, from going out on a minor league rehab assignment.
Yeah, we might have to throw the gear on Jamie Quirk here pretty soon.
Tampa Bay 3, Houston 3. We're in the third with runners at second and third, nobody out. 5 hits for the Rays, 4 for the Astros, each club with no errors and a man left on base.
Baby.
3-1. Next weekend, the Boston Red Sox are here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday as interleague homestand continues for the Astros. Grounded and short hop play. CJ throwing to first as the Rays get run number 4 home. Took a look home, but Zobrist scored. Upton getting his 4th RBI of the day.
A nice play here by CJ on a tough hop. And he made the right play. That would have been a difficult play at home plate. Got to make sure you get an out still early enough in the ball game. You really value those outs.
Big day for Upton. Here's Rodriguez now. He's 0 for 1. Looking at ball 1. Happ is on a 4-game losing streak, making a 5-game losing streak. His last win was May 14th. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's kind of interesting that Zobrist was even going on that ball with nobody out.
Yeah. One ball and 2 strikes. Rodriguez is a native Floridian. The Rays would love to get a new stadium, and there's some talk, but nothing concrete at this point.
Good pun, Brownie.
Apparently the Chamber of Commerce's of both Tampa and St. Pete are discussing things, and that's been the issue, where to put the stadium. It's been in St. Petersburg. There was a stadium already built there. If you remember back before the Rays came into existence, the Giants were going to move there from San Francisco if they didn't get their new stadium.
Yeah, they don't draw in St. Pete. The thinking is there's an area in South Tampa that is attractive, and they feel like they'll be able to pull from the larger part of Florida. Folks from Orlando more likely to come over to Tampa than crossing the bridge over to St. Pete. It's kind of isolated over there.
Mm-hmm. There's a walk to Rodriguez. Walk number 2, and we go to Greg Lucas.
Lone Star Series rivalry continues this week at Minute Maid Park when the Rangers come to Houston for a 3-game set beginning Tuesday. And on Tuesday, June 28th, the first 10,000 fans receive a Lone Star Series T-shirt courtesy of Coca-Cola. Visit Astros.com for tickets. Be sure you're here early to get your T-shirt.
Why don't we give away a silver boot? I think like a sterling silver boot.
Okay.
To a raffle to one lucky fan.
All right, that's a good thought.
Make note of that to the marketing department, JD. If anyone's listening, it's JD's idea.
Well, the young lady who worked in the Rangers TV booth was wearing silver boots when we were there for this series.
Yeah, Allie.
Casey Kochman struck out first time up. She won't be here, but will anybody wear silver boots for that series, you think? Haven't seen that here before.
We might have to have a theme night. We haven't done that in a while. You have to break out your chaps.
Okay. We can do that. 1-0 to Kochman. Kochman, a first-round pick of the Angels in 01. He's in front now, 2 balls, no strikes. He signed a AAA deal in January with Tampa Bay. And Joe Maddon said that Kochman has been willing to go back to a hitting style that worked for him earlier in his career. And that's really made a difference for him.
Well, I don't know his history, but he's a guy who came up as a line drive hitter, not a big home run hitter. Perhaps he tried to do that. Maybe somebody's trying to get him to change where he could try to generate more power, hit more home runs.
Runners were going. Happ has only thrown strike 1 twice so far in the game. For Joe Maddon, Dave Martinez, the bench coach, calls the shots on the running game. He put them in motion on the last one. Kochman had a really good year in 08 with the Angels. This one's in the air, and the infielders move in for it. Happ is calling, now gets out of the way. Wallace, infield fly was called, 2 outs. Kelly Shopik, who struck out in the second, will bat. Shopik from Fort Worth went to Baylor. Big 12 player of the year, broke in with Boston in 05. And he was a backup catcher with the Indians for a couple of years. Then in 08 he played more and hit 21 homers and 352 at bats. Since then he has not been able to come close to those numbers. Just checking the American League catchers. You know, you can run those numbers on the MLB.com website to see who might be a better choice than Russell Martin, who's been leading the All-Star balloting. There are a couple guys.
Few, right?
Yeah.
Offensively, anyway.
Yeah, offensively, and we don't see them. So Alex Avila, Detroit, sitting about 300, has 14 homers or so, about 45 runs batted in. But again, it's tough to break through when you're relatively unknown with the fans in the voting. Players have been voting these last few days for the All-Stars.
Carlos Santana's got 10 home runs.
Okay.
Victor Martinez.
Yeah, Victor Martinez is another. You're right.
A.J. Przinsky's hitting close to 300. As a matter of fact, you could make a case for a whole lot of guys ahead of Russell Martin.
Yeah,
offensively. And
he's hitting what, about 230 or so. And there was a choice there for Jim Leland on interleague play. He wants to play Victor Martinez, but Avila's been playing so well too. He has to make that choice without the DH. And that's the dilemma of a lot of these American League managers coming to National League parks now during this period of the schedule. Shopik is late on that one. It's 1-2. Well, for instance, when the Red Sox are here next weekend, they'll have that decision involving David Ortiz and Adrian Gonzalez.
Talk about Agon in left field and Big Papi at first base, aren't they?
Yeah, but then Agon said, well, he only wanted to play right field if he was an outfielder because he wasn't comfortable in left. He had only played right before. That was about 6 years ago. So I'm not sure how valuable that experience would be now.
Well, he'd be better off in left here.
Yes, he would. That makes all the sense in the world. 2-2. It's a definite thought process for American League managers that they do not have to exercise any other time of the year except in World Series play. Fouled away.
It doesn't get many quick outs. A lot of deep counts, and that's just a byproduct of his stuff. He doesn't sink the ball, so he can't afford to just throw it over the plate with good movement and say, go ahead here, hit it. So he's got to try to pick away at corners. He doesn't throw his breaking stuff in the strike zone very much. So he's trying to get swings and misses at breaking stuff out of the zone. If the hitters are patient, typically, you're going to see deep counts like we have here. A lot of 2-2, a lot of 3-2.
Here's the 3-2.
I wonder if he would be better served if he started throwing more changeups early in counts, just to get hitters off his fastball some.
Not a bad thought. And when you're 3-9 with a 5.33 ERA, you're probably considering a lot of changes, and that can be a problem. 3-2, 2 outs. The runners go, and it's roll foul.
Sort of change up there on 3-2, had him out in front, but Shopik able to get a piece just to stay alive. He threw fastballs by him in his last at bat. Shopik does have a little pop in the bat, and that would be the fear that he would run into one, and all of a sudden they put 3 more runs up on the board.
Bud Norris went 5 last night. He wanted to stay in the game, but the Astros felt they needed to pinch hit, trailing at that point 3-1 in the 5th inning. Bud, his left shoulder is fine today, by the way. Michael Bourne moves in center. In the 3rd inning, it's 1 run, 2 hits, 2 men left for the Rays. They lead it now 4-3.
brought to you by AT&T. Rethink possible. By your local Texas Ford dealers. And by Jack in the Box, where you can get anything on the menu any time of day. Now back to the booth. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
Thanks, Greg. It's 4-3 Tampa Bay. The Astros tied it with 2 in the second inning, but now they've fallen behind by 1 as they come up in the home third against Jeff Neiman. It'll be Keppinger, Pence, and Lee. Sparky Anderson's number 11 retired in an emotional ceremony today at Detroit. Our leaders of the game brought to you by United, proud to fly the Houston Astros. Since June 13th, Jeff Keppinger has hit safely in 12 of 13 games. He's hit .365. He leads it off here in the third inning with a .342 on base average coming into this game.
So Sparky joins an elite few who have had their number retired by 2 different organizations.
Oh, that's right.
And Nolan Ryan, as far as I know, the only one who's been retired by 3.
I believe you're right on that.
You know, not counting Jackie Robinson.
Right. Strike to Keppinger. Lou Whitaker was there today. Dan Petrie, Tom Brookins, Larry Herndon, Darrell Evans, Milt Wilcox. Anderson's 3 children. 2 grandchildren. And in the other dugout, Arizona's in town to play Detroit. Alan Trammell and Kirk Gibson. 2 of the cornerstones of the '84 World Championship Tigers.
Team that went wire to wire.
That's something.
It's like 35-5 or something like that.
That was it. 35-5. Not sure how many games they won at the end of the season, regular season, but it was a big number. He managed his clubs to 1,331 wins. Up high, and it's 2 balls, 2 strikes. The curveball has been a little problematic today for Neiman. He's had the early run support. That really helps when a pitcher's working on fine-tuning things. And he gets a foul ball off Keppinger's foot.
Yeah, every now and then he throws a 2-seam fastball. He's able to create a little movement. That time there was some run on that ball coming in on Jeff. And that induced that foul ball off the top of the foot. He has the pad there, but the pad didn't cover down low.
Pittsburgh outfielder Jose Tabata had to leave the field on a stretcher. He suffered a left quad injury while running out a bunt single in the first inning today.
They've called up yet another catcher.
Oh, really? Who
yeah,
is it this time?
I don't know. I saw a transaction in the paper. They sent our boy down, Dusty Brown, got sent out.
Oh, okay. They've used, this is their 7th catcher then?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Probably heard that the Astros had called up Esposito, so they figured they got to stay ahead of us.
Keppinger really hurting here as head athletic trainer Nate Lucero watches.
Yeah, because he's a pretty tough guy, so you know he's hurting if he's going to take a little extra time here.
Shopik's laughing. Well, Keppinger, as you know, had surgery on his left foot for that sesamoid bone over the winter. And probably was a left foot that he fouled the ball off. So he had to wait several weeks for that bone to heal before he could resume activities. Matt Downs is watching.
Downs is like a vulture.
Yeah.
I'll play. You want me to play, Coach? Put me in.
Thinking about getting ready. Yeah.
Put me in, Skip.
You know he wants in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Keppinger. And he hammers one up the middle into center field. What a painful but good at bat for Keppinger. He's 2 for 2.
Not quite as dramatic as Kirk Gibson coming off the bench in the World Series, but this is the best way to exact a little revenge after a pitcher has you foul one off your ankle. A little line drive base hit. Still a little gimpy as he goes down the first baseline.
Fortunately, he didn't have to leg out an infield roller. And he's aboard for Hunter Pence. That's hit number 5 for the Astros. Both clubs have 5 and no errors. Hunter struck out in the first inning on a 3-2 curve. It's in the air, foul for strike one. Diamondbacks are leading at Detroit. It is 2-1 in the top of the 7th inning.
84 Tigers won 104 ball games.
Ooh.
Lost 58.
It's quite a year.
Jack Morris won 19 games from that year.
Who played them in the World Series that year? Do you remember?
San Diego.
Oh, that's right.
That's the year the Padres beat the Cubs.
Yep. That one almost hit him.
Sparky was always good for a one-liner or two. Said Jose Canseco was built like a Greek goddess.
Baltimore leads Cincinnati 5-1. They're in the bottom of the 5th at Camden Yards. Brandon Phillips hit number 6 for the Reds. Mark Reynolds number 14. Derek Lee number 6 for the Orioles. Line to left. Damon cuts over to left center. That ball's by him and off the bullpen fence. Now Keppinger has to run hard. Stop sign at third from Dave Clark on a double by Pence. Settle in, folks. It's a good offensive day.
Goodness.
22 doubles, and Hunter takes over the National League lead.
Sunday afternoon, it looks like we're going to have a football score. Another double. So the Rays had their second and third nobody out opportunity in the third, got one home. The Astros with similar chance. Same exact spot in the batting order. Second and third, 4, 5, 6 coming up.
Keppinger was running well. Carlos lead. Add the RBI triple in the first. Infield stays back. Crowd oohing and eyeing over that foul ball. Carlos wants to see where that hit on his bat. Out in front a little bit. No balls and a strike. This one's fair, and that's into left center field. Another gapper. That'll score a couple to give the Astros a 5-4 lead. Lee in with another double. That's 5 doubles for the Astros, and Lee has a triple and a double today.
Oh, a smell of cycling.
On a day like this, you could see it happening.
Boy, maybe a club record for doubles the way this is going along. And Neiman has not been able to find the bottom of the strike zone or the edges of the strike zone very often, making a lot of mistakes out over the middle of the plate.
Three straight hits have the Astros in the lead by 1, and Johnson's batting. He grounded to short in the first. Andy Sonnenstein is up in the bullpen for the Rays. Johnson looking at ball 1. Sonnenstein, a long man, has been a starter. The Astros 3 for 7 today with men in scoring position. They entered the game hitting .257 with men in scoring position. Good cut there. He fouls it back. Sonnenstein has pitched only 3 times in the month of June. Being a long man, they haven't really needed it that much with their starting pitching being solid. CJ with good strike zone judgment takes the count to 2-1. Pitch just off the plate. The Rays have 4 starters in Shields, David Price, Jeremy Hellickson, and Wade Davis. The only team to have 4 starters with 90 innings or more and 7 wins or more. Up the middle, it rolls off the mound. Johnson cuts over, throws to first. 1 out, lead to third base.
RBI opportunity for Wallace. In all likelihood, the Rays will have their infield pulled in. Now, it's interesting, the Astros have been able to exploit that gap in left center this afternoon, and a lot of clubs come in here and they play their left fielder right at the edge of the scoreboard before that cutout area by the visiting bullpen. Johnny Damon has not done that. He's played more of a straight up, maybe even a step or two towards the line, creating a little extra room out there in that alley.
Yes, he has. Jim Hickey's on the phone. Infielders in for Brett Wallace. Wallace doubled to left. Looks at the curve for ball one. The Rays would love to get Neiman through this inning, and then they could pinch hit for him in the fourth when he's due up second. But he's given up 7 hits and 5 runs. He's given up 6 extra base hits. High fastball, foul back. 1-1. Phillies lead Oakland 3-1. They're in the last of the 7th in Philadelphia.
Wallace has been very successful in these situations. A lot of times a hitter will tell you in a man on third, less than 2 outs, you're looking for a ball up, and he went after that high fastball.
Now the curve comes in for a strike to make it 1-2. That's Roy Halladay pitching today for the Phillies with the 3-1 lead over Oakland. Looks as if Roy Oswalt's going to be out until August at least. Roll over, first base, and Kochman makes the tag. Carlos Lee holding at third, 2 outs. And Clint Barmas will try to get Lee home now. Barmas had the RBI double in the second inning, and he scored the tying run on that wild pitch. Astros had the come from behind win in Texas Wednesday night, and a chance to do that same thing here after falling behind 3-0 on an Upton homer in the top of the first inning. Hammered on a line, Damon comes over for the catch. And in the third, the Astros pick up 2 runs on 3 hits. They leave a runner at third, but they have scored in every inning so far, and they lead it 5-4.
Catch the Boston Red Sox at Minute Maid Park for an interleague series next weekend. That runs July 1st through the 3rd. And on Sunday the 3rd, the first 10,000 fans of the 105 game receive a Brett Myers bobblehead courtesy of Dayhill. Buy tickets at Astros.com. Red Sox and the Astros.
Josh Beckett could be pitching on Sunday. Now it is 5-4 Astros, and Johnson leads it off here the 4th inning against J. Happ. He struck out looking in the 2nd. The latest we saw was that Beckett was the probable for the Sunday game for Boston here. That could change. High chopper, and that is into the left field corner. Carlos Lee has to leg it over, and here's an easy double for Johnson.
J. Happ, as soon as that ball went over CJ, just went into the, you got to be kidding me, crouch out on the mound.
Yeah.
Just got the ball put in play early, got a weak little ground ball, thought he was going to get this inning off to a nice start. Instead, he's faced with another man in scoring position.
Hit number 6 for the Rays. Justin Ruggiano comes up now to pinch hit for Neiman. Ruggiano of Austin, Texas, and Texas A&M. The pinch hitter hitting .310 with 3 homers. He's driven in 10. He fouls it away. He's had 58 at bats, and as a pinch hitter, Ruggiano is 1 for 4 with an RBI. He started in the opener Friday night, and that was against Wandy Rodriguez. He was in left field and went 0 for 4. J.P. Howe, the lefty, is warming up. Neiman out of the game after 3 innings, allowing 7 hits, 5 runs.
Ruggiano, the only right-handed bat on the bench today for Joe Madden.
Neiman, allowing the 7 hits and 5 runs, did not walk anybody. He struck out 2. Ruggiano looks at it. It's 2 balls and a strike. He threw 66 pitches. 43 were strikes for Neiman.
A disappointing day for him. Coming back home. Pitched here last year and pitched very well.
Sure did. There's a wild swing. It's 2-2. Rays pitchers have gone 11 straight games without allowing 10 hits or more in a game. And that is in jeopardy right here with 7 of them already through 3. Now it's a full count for Ruggiano. He went on a tear, a recent 8-game hitting streak, hitting .484, going 15 for 31. And he's down on strikes. That's number 5 for J. Happ.
Strike 2, strike 3, both straight changeups. Again, a hitter in an RBI situation, willing to expand the zone.
He sure did. Did it a couple of times in that at bat. That can help a pitcher get out of trouble. Johnny Damon twice as line to Chris Johnson at third.
Doing everything you're supposed to do. Left-handed pitcher, left-handed hitter. He's staying back. He's hitting it hard the other way. And now look at this.
He's going to bloop one in for a hit over Barmas. Sometimes it pays to hit it softer, but in a different place.
Isn't that ironic? Yeah, that's exactly what the conversation he's having with the first base coach is. Can you believe that? Probably yelling at CJ, catch this one.
Damon's 1 for 3, and it's first and third with 1 out for Zobrist now. Zobrist has been on both times, and he scored both times. He walked in the first, he singled in the third. Zobrist from Illinois, went to Dallas Baptist University. The Astros drafted him in the 6th round in 2004, traded him to Tampa Bay along with pitcher Mitch Talbot for Aubrey Huff in July of 2006. And last year he was an all-star. But the year before was a much better one than last year. There's ball one. In 09, he hit 27 homers and drove in 91 runs. Also had 91 walks and 17 steals that year. And he's versatile. He can play the various infield and outfield positions.
And not only can he play them, but he plays them well.
He hit a playoff homer last year. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Okay, he's starting to get some pretty good feel for that changeup.
Elvis Andrus, the Rangers shortstop, is doubtful for the series here in Houston starting Tuesday night. Sprained left wrist. Not in the lineup today. There's a shot past the diving CJ. It kicks out toward Carlos Lee. A run scores to make it 5-5, and the throw to second. Not in time there on a close play. Zobrist with an RBI double. 40 runs batted in, and it's 5-5.
Now Brad Mills is going to have to get somebody up in his bullpen because, you know, obviously he wants to give Jay Happ a chance to have success and the team scoring runs, and you'd love to get him a win, but, you know, primary responsibility for the manager is to win the game.
Absolutely.
And they are a man short in the bullpen. That creates a little bit of a dilemma.
Infield staying back with 1 out for Longoria. It was singled and doubled. Damon at third, Zobrist at second. And it's ball 1. Longoria came into this series hitting 125 for the previous 11 games. He's had 2 hits in each game now in this series to make it 6 for 10. He was out for a month with a strained oblique. 1-1. If Manny Ramirez had been at top form, it really would have helped this Tampa Bay attack, but he retired.
He was going to get hit with another drug infraction, right?
That's true. Yeah, he had failed a test.
Wow.
He got word about that, and then he retired. 2 balls and a strike. The Rays would love to have realignment and get out of the AL East. Big cut there, makes it 2-2 to Longoria.
Where do they want to go, Brownie?
I don't know where
anywhere
else you could
but
put
the
them.
AL East.
Maybe the NL East.
They want to create their own division, the AL South. They're going to become an independent. They're going to be like Notre Dame.
Well, it's difficult for them to compete with the payrolls in that division and the talent. Popped up. Keppinger underneath. Broken bat. 2 outs.
That was huge.
Now it's Upton with 4 runs batted in this game. A 3-run homer in the first and a ground out, scoring a run in the third. There's some speculation that Upton might be moving on. Apparently he's turned down efforts to sign him to a long-term deal. And his salary is about to go up based on service time. He's making $4.8 million this year. And through arbitration, it's thought that salary could jump to $7 million next year. The Rays keep him, and they have a talented young outfielder named Desmond Jennings in the minors.
He and his brother both very gifted players. First overall pick in 05 for Justin. BJ the second overall pick in 2002. And I think that the question the Rays have is not just the money, but is he going to turn into the player everybody thought he would be? Still has some holes in his game. But he's the kind of guy, if you give up on him, you do so with one eye closed.
Absolutely.
Because if he figures it all out, boy, with those tools.
Yes. That's the whole thing, his talent.
If you trade him to the National League. Far, far away, so you don't have to play him very often if he turns into a superstar.
Trade him to the NL West. Strike 3 call, and Jay Happ ends the 4th inning for Tampa Bay after giving up the tying run on 3 hits. But They had runners at second and third, one out. Happ got Longoria and Upton, and it's 5-5. Bullpen is presented by Verizon Wireless. Earlier it was Howell warming up, but in fact it's not J.P. Howell, but lefty Cesar Ramos coming in. And Ramos, former San Diego Padre, has been doing well. He's 0-1. His ERA 3.91. 23 innings, 16 strikeouts. The walks are rather high, though, J.D.
Yeah, he's walked 13 guys in those 23 innings. He's got an outstanding changeup. That really helps him against right-handed hitters in particular. It was a fastball about 92 miles an hour, slider, curve, and that good changeup.
Facing Carlos Corporan, who grounded out to advance a runner. This one a shot to center field, up, then took a false step in, now back, way back. That is a one-hopper into the patio for a double.
Of course it's a double. It's raining doubles out here at Minute Maid Park.
Nice Sunday brunch present. They didn't expect that.
Well, he got extended through that ball. Good swing of the bat here by Carlos. He carried a 105 batting average into this game. Trying to catch it in the bucket. She got it. It's in the bucket.
Double number 6 for the Astros. First for Corporan. And Jay Happ's going to stay in and bat. He struck out looking in the second. 5-5 game. Identical line scores. 5-8 and 0. The Rays have left 5. The Astros have stranded 2. Michael Bourne's on deck. Corner infielders pitching in, looking for the attempted third sacrifice bunt from Jay Happ this season.
Kochman is pretty much right up in his grill, as they say. So you got to be careful here because Corporan does not run well off second base. Try to guide this ball towards third. Keep it away from Kochman. Make Longoria come in and abandon ship down there at third.
Bunted hard, and it goes to the third baseman Longoria. And he makes the throw over to the second sector.
And the fact that the Astros are scoring has allowed Jay Happ to stay in this game. If it's 5-2 Rays, obviously Brad Mills would have hit for Jay there, so he's going to have a chance to hang in there and maybe even pick up a W this afternoon. So that advances his cause right there. Pushing Corporan over to third base with one out.
Michael Bourne will be the batter, but Jim Hickey's out at the mound right now. Nobody warming up the moment. Sometimes you think there's a possibility that the starting pitcher could be left in to bunt and then not stay in to pitch. The way this game is going, who knows how many pitchers.
Yeah, and I think because the Astros are scoring and they're into the Rays bullpen this early, Brad Mills feels like his team has a chance to continue scoring. If it's later in the game and you're up against those, the guys that are usually in there in the 7th and 8th inning, it's obviously tougher to get much done against those guys. But the combination of the fact that it's so early in the game, you're in their bullpen already, and Brad's a man short in his own bullpen because Fernando Rodriguez got sent out to make room for Esposito. That's what's driving the decision to keep Happ in this game.
Bourne tried to bunt and fouled it. Ramos has been effective against left-handed hitters to the tune of a .214 batting average. Michael's 0 for 2.
And it's not like the confidence level for Brad Mills and his bullpen is sky high right now. They've had some struggles.
4.58 ERA, 15 blown saves for the year. Bourne looks at it. It's a 1-1 count for Michael. Michael is a .294 career hitter with runners in scoring position. And there are the numbers on Ramos. Actually more effective against righties, but still effective against lefties. But the walks are an issue too. Breaking pitch makes it 1-2.
That's a slow curveball. Took a lot off of that pitch.
Almost came in the big trade with San Diego. Jason Bartlett coming the other way for 3 prospects over the winter. Pitched only 14 times for the Padres last year. 2-2. Good stop by Shopik there. Ramos is from Los Angeles and he went to Long Beach State. Jay Happ advanced the runner, now hoping the Astros will take the lead here and snap this 5-5 tie.
Well, if you saw our open, we showed you the run support has not been good for Jay lately. Not the case this afternoon.
Nope.
Bats have come through in a big way. 5's usually good enough to win.
3-2 now to Michael Bourne. Michael was walking in with his little son today. His son's about to turn 2, he said. Cute little guy. Had his Bourne jersey on. Little chop goes foul. And then the youngster pitched a mini fit when he couldn't go to the batting cage. So Michael took him over there.
Little guy likes to hit, huh?
Yeah.
At 2.
Atlanta and San Diego start later. That's the only National League game today. Everything else interleague. Seattle is at Florida tonight. That's the other way around. It's in Seattle. Bouncer slowly hit past the mound. Corcoran coming home. Here's the throw to first. Safe at first. 6-5 Astros. RBI single, Michael Bourne. 26th run batted in.
That's fair trade after the Damon bloop. The Astros parlay the double by Corcoran. Good bunt by Happ, and now a little chopper over the mound. Not only does the run score, but Michael with his feet able to get a knock.
Now Jeff Kappinger 2 for 2 with 2 runs scored. Tries to keep his good day going. And also the inning. 9 hits for the Astros now. That's strike 1. And that is the second single of the 9 hits. Kappinger got the first one in the last inning. The Rays started the day with the 4th best ERA in the American League, 3.56. And the throw goes over on Bourne, who is 32 of 35 in steals to lead the major leagues. Of the 3 times he's been caught, 1 was on a pitch out, 1 was on a pickoff throw from the pitcher to the first baseman who got him at second. Only 1 on a catcher-pitcher combination that was not a pitch out. That was against St. Louis. He's going. Shopik, quick release. Bouncing, though, into center field, and Bourne heads for third base with a steal and an error on Shopik. 33 steals for Michael Bourne.
And somewhere probably in the archives they keep stats such as errors forced. Michael Bourne would be near the top of the leaderboard because of his speed. He forces you to do a little bit everything a little bit out of sync, out of rhythm, because you have to try to be so quick.
Yeah, you could just see that in Shopik rushing that throw. Now that moves the infield in, and the count's 1-1. And Keppinger drives one deep and up and right. Zobrist underneath with the catch. Bourne streaking home. Throw coming in, not in time. 7-5 Astros. Sac fly, Keppinger. RBI number 12. He continues his perfect day, and Bourne scores his 50th run of the season.
Michael going hard. He scores easily. Just great execution by the Astros hitters in this inning. Both the outs productive with the sac bunt and the sac fly.
Hunter Pence had a double in the third and scored. He's 1 for 2. High to center, up and banking on it. And in the fourth, the Astros push across 2 runs to snap the tie. On 2 hits with an error, it's 7-5 Houston. On win number 4 of this season, but the way this game is going, hang on to your seats. Who knows which kinds of twists and turns it might be taking with all this hitting in the early innings.
There's not been a 1-2-3 inning yet. As a matter of fact, there's only been 1 scoreless half inning so far in this ball game.
Well, they're ready to spectate as the 5th inning arrives, and it's Rodriguez, Kochman, and Shopik due up for the Rays. Total of 17 hits and 12 runs in the first 4 innings. It's a wild one at Minute Maid Park. Rodriguez struck out looking, and he walked. Red Sox 2, Pirates 2. They've played 6 at PNC Park, but no homers so far. It's ball 1 for Jay Happ. He's at 93 pitches. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Last night, Bud Norris went 5. Fernando Abad worked a couple of innings. Mario Del Rosario and Sergio Escalona 1 inning each. Tomorrow's an off day. Strike 1, 2-1. Tigers are batting, bottom of the 8th, trailing Arizona 2-1. Changeup missing, and it goes to 3-1. Leadoff walk. Rodriguez aboard for Kochman. Walk number 3.
A little bit out of sync with his delivery with that last one. That's usually what a manager, pitching coach are looking for when wondering about fatigue as it starts to affect a pitcher. They're not necessarily focusing on velocity, but are his legs still under him? Is he controlling his body and throwing the ball where he wants to? Legs start to tire, you start to get a little wobbly out there, and you start missing.
Rodriguez with 5 steals in 7 attempts draws a little attention. Rays are 3rd in the American League in steals with 70 and 99 tries.
Rodriguez holds the distinction of being the first Ray to be stung by a stingray.
Really?
Yeah, on the beach in Tampa. At least the first recorded Ray stung by a Ray.
He came in a trade in 09 for Scott Kazmir.
Pretty good timing by the Rays. Kazmir never really got it going with Anaheim.
Headed for the right field corner. That line drive loops in. Hunter Pence picks it up deep in the corner. Tom Foley with a stop sign for Rodriguez on a double by Kochman.
I got an idea. Let's just start every half inning with runners on second and third, nobody out, and go from there.
Sounds like a plan. About the way it's been going in most of these innings. That's the 14th double for Kochman.
Kochman's hitting everybody this year. Right-handers, left-handers, finesse guys, power guys. Now somebody's going to start to throw in the Astros bullpen.
So the rope is getting shorter for Jay Happ. And it's Kelly Shopik who struck out and flied to center field.
And to a certain extent, as a manager, obviously he's dealing with a short hand because of the bullpen situation. But you also don't want your position players looking over going, come on, Millsy, let's go, man. We're putting some points on the board here. Don't let this one get away on us.
Escalona's throwing. 9 hits for both clubs now. Foul away. It's 0-2. In the 3rd inning, when Happ got Shopik, there were 2 men on. 100 pitches for Jay.
It's Escalona who's getting the call to warm up now because Joe Madden has only left-handed bats on his bench.
Foul back and still 0-2 to Shopik. Juan Cruz, the right-hander, is getting loose for the Rays. Big difference in these clubs statistically with the starting pitching. There's Cruz throwing. Tampa Bay starters 34 and 27 with a 3.56 ERA. Houston starters 15 and 34 with a 4.5. Shopik's down on strikes. We go to Greg Lucas.
There has been a lot going on. Let's take a look at a game summary quickly. The Astros down 3-0 in the first, but then Carlos Lee got a run back when he ripped one into the corner. Keppinger scored. That was good for a triple. Then it was Barmas in the second inning with a double to drive in a run. The Astros were closing the gap. They overcame the deficit when Carlos Lee came up in the third. This was a 2-run double. The Astros took the lead. They later lost the lead. They got the lead back, and now the lead's in jeopardy again. Back to you guys.
And there's a swing by Johnson. Elliott 1 for 2. He doubled to left in the 4th inning and scored. That's when the Rays came up with run number 5 to tie it. Sam Fuld, a left-handed hitting outfielder's on deck with the pitcher spot due up next. And Juan Cruz warming up.
Jay Happ punched out Shopik. Now he's got the jump on Johnson. No balls and 2 strikes. His odds of wiggling out of this are getting better by the pitch.
It's Colorado 3, the Yankees 3. They've played 5 at Yankee Stadium where they had Old Timers Day. Strike 3 looking. It's 8 strikeouts for Happ. Strange game.
Not sure he hit his spot there. I don't know if he wanted to get this much of the plate with an 0-2 fastball. And Johnson was thinking he was going to come with something other than that and just could not react, couldn't pull the trigger.
Ties his strikeout high in a game this year. Career high is 10. Now Fuld, the pinch hitter, and Doug Brocail goes out to talk it over.
It's a scouting report, and I imagine Doug goes out there with a certain amount of hesitancy in this situation because you want to be able to deliver the scouting report on the pinch hitter, but he just got 2 quick strikeouts, and you're wary of knocking a guy off of his rhythm.
Short conversation. Fuld came up with a hit last night and his only at bat in this series.
I think this is a situation where you err on the side of just giving the guy as much information as possible. You know, if you stay in the dugout because you don't want to upset his rhythm, and he throws him a pitch that your scouting report says, hey, whatever you do, don't throw this guy a first pitch breaking ball. We know whatever it would be, and then he does it, and he gives up a 2-run single. You're going to be kicking yourself.
Del Rosario has joined Escalona.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jay.
Ball 1 on pitch number 106. Fuld has not started since a week ago at Florida. Came in and played some of the outfield yesterday and had that one at bat with 1 hit. He was called for an error in left field on a ball that dropped out of his glove. He didn't think so. He thought he caught it.
It came out as he's reaching in to grab it to make a throw.
Fouls it back, and it's 1-2. Sam Fuld.
Jay did a real nice job last inning. You know, they had 1 in, but still second and third. And he got Longoria and then Upton, and now he's looking awfully good.
Foul ball keeps it at a 1-ball, 2-strike count on Fuld. Toronto shutting out St. Louis 5-0 after 6 in St. Louis. JP Arencibia hit his 11th home run.
Yeah, there's another
one. Yeah,
catching candidate for the All-Star team.
He is. Ricky Romero pitching. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That St. Louis club had Kyle McClellan on the mound. He gave up 5 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Cardinals dropping back a little bit now.
2 games behind the Brewers. The Brewers lead Minnesota 5-1 after 6 in Milwaukee.
4 teams within 3 games of each other in the NL Central. Fly ball, Michael Bourne over into center field for the play to end the top of the 5th inning. So 2nd and 3rd, nobody out. Happ gets the next 3 to maintain a 7-5 Houston lead. center. Great hands of the game. Belong to Chris Johnson. Hot shot, a high liner, and caught off the bat of Johnny Damon. He caught two of them. Hit by Damon. This one, tremendous catch in the second inning. Even the balls hit hard have turned into some outs in this game, but there's been plenty of hitting. And CJ hopes to do some of it in the bottom of the fifth inning. The Rays are going with pitcher number 3 of the day. He's the veteran right-hander, Juan Cruz. After Ramos in one inning allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, one of them earned with no walks, no strikeouts.
Cruz has worked 30 times already this year. He's been a bit of a good luck charm. 4 wins, no losses. He too has had his control problems. 20 walks in 26 2/3 innings. He can strike you out too. Always had that good heater. Slider and a change. Now he'll cut his fastball as well. He added that a couple of seasons ago.
Carlos Lee has a triple and a double. Foul for strike 1. 3 runs batted in for El Caballo. Up to 270 now. He's been on a climb since the 1st of May with that batting average. He's hit .306 since May 1st. That's second on a club behind Hunter Pence in that period of time. That's to left field, shallow. Damon in. 1 out. The Astros have scored in every inning. The Rays have scored in 3 of the 5 so far.
If the Astros hang on and win this game, J. Happ, unless they surrender the lead and then retake it, J. Happ would be the winning pitcher. And you would say, well, he really doesn't deserve that. He gave up 5 runs, but the work he did in the 4th and the 5th, a big part of why the Astros still have this lead. Some good clutch pitching under pressure.
On the 4th, he had runners at 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Got out of that after a run scored. Johnson looks at ball 1. He's grounded twice to shortstop. In the 5th, he had runners at 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and got the next 3. Cruz had not allowed a run in June until June 18th against Florida. Those 20 walks JD talked about from Cruz are the most for any Rays reliever, tied for 2nd most among American League relievers. 2 balls, no strikes. He began his career in the Cubs organization, coming to the big leagues in 01.
Wiry, hard thrower, originally a starting pitcher. And control issues and just a lack of commanding secondary pitch. Primarily the reasons why he moved to the bullpen.
Strike makes it 3-1 to CJ. And he was traded to Atlanta in 04. Another trade sent him along to Oakland. Oakland dealt him to Arizona. Signed as a free agent with Kansas City. Spent the last couple of years with the Royals. That's foul. 3-2. Now Cruz coming as a free agent to the Rays, signed in February. They were remaking their bullpen, and some of the components were added pretty late in the offseason. It was a crowded field competing for the open spots. They lost their top 6 relievers from last year's team. And Cruz had been released by Kansas City a year ago in April. And he had shoulder surgery a few weeks after that. Fly ball over shortstop, heads out to left center field. Damon watching as Upton calls. 2 outs. Joe Maddon still, to our knowledge, has not named a closer on this club. At least as recently as Friday afternoon, he had not named a closer, even though Kyle Farnsworth seems to have a stranglehold on that spot. He's among the league leaders in saves, and he picked up number 16 of the year in 17 tries last night. But Joe just didn't want to declare a closer. Brett Wallace is 1 for 2.
I like the philosophy.
There's a strike.
You know, they kind of label everybody in the bullpen now. This closer is almost like a position like shortstop. You're either a starting pitcher or a relief pitcher.
His rationale sounds very solid. Breaking ball makes it 1-1. He said, I'm not going to declare a closer because I think if you are not absolutely certain, then you shouldn't do that because you're only setting yourself up for problems later on. Came back with that same swervy breaking ball, and it's 1-2.
Played for Jim Riggleman in the minor leagues. You know, he had a couple guys he would use late in games, and a lot of times he would just, on a given day, would say, okay, you're my short man today. I'm going to use you in the middle. I'm going to give you a day off, you know.
Okay.
Of course, in the minor leagues, it's a little bit different because you're developing people and getting more of a sense of what they can do.
Strike three call. Cruz mows down 3 Astros in the 5th inning. And it is still 7-5 Houston through 5.
Gullo treating you like family. Now it's time for our progressive fan of the game, and the man with all that information is Bart Ennis. Bart?
Yeah, Greg, thank you very much. Our progressive fan of the game this week is preparing to go to Afghanistan within the next 6 to 8 months for his 3rd tour of duty, and he is Staff Sergeant Jim Daigle. Thanks for being with us.
Sure, no problem.
You got some time at home with the family, so take in some baseball, right?
Exactly. Love the Astros. That's the thing I miss the most.
Yeah.
Is Astros baseball.
So you're going back for your 3rd tour. You've been wounded twice.
Right.
Received medals and all that. What's it like over there?
It's pretty bad over there. I mean, it's not any fun, but you know, we'd rather be over there than have it happen over here. So all of us, you know, all my brothers in arms and sisters in arms, we would all rather be over there than have it happen here.
Well, best of luck when you go back, Jim, and congratulations. You are the progressive fan of the game. Wear a T-shirt while you're over there. There you go.
I will. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, best of luck and stay safe.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot.
Guys, back up to you.
Well, we salute him and all his compatriots for their tremendous service. Jason Bourgeois is in the game in left field. Carlos Lee has moved to first base. And Wilton Lopez has just thrown his first pitch. It's ball 1 here in the 6th inning to Johnny Damon, who's 1 for 3.
There you go. He's kind of the anti-Hap, Jay, with the 4-seam fastball, who gets a lot of pop-ups and works up in the zone. Lopez at sinker, slider, changeup, and a lot of ground ball outs with 59 on the mound.
Gets a little ground ball. It stays fair. Barehanded. Johnson throwing. Not in time. Crazy little grounder. It looked as if it was going to spin foul, and then it took a turn to the right.
This is really interesting. Johnny Damon's day-to-day. 2 rockets to third base for outs. And now a little bloop. And that little piece of Piece of nada.
Okay.
That's what that was.
Piece of gardening. Yeah.
Unbelievable. I don't know that anything describes baseball and how fickle it can be than Johnny Damon's day today.
Got that right. So Damon's 2 for 4. That's hit number 10 for the Rays. Lopez last pitched Wednesday night in Texas, 1 hitless inning, and the 5-3 win. Then Zobrist, this one gets by Corcoran, and Damon will move to second base easily on ball 1 to Zobrist. Happ in 5 innings allowed 9 hits, 5 runs, walking 3, fanning 8, and is qualified for the win.
Carlos a little late to position himself to try to block that ball. Not able to square up and keep it in front. And that's a wild pitch that moves Damon into scoring position. Put Wilton Lopez in the 6 hole in your lineup, on your lineup card if you're scoring at home.
Jason Bourgeois bats 9th. Tell you what, if you're keeping a scorecard of this game, you are quite the fan.
Yeah, you're working hard.
2 balls, no strikes. You have kept track of 12 runs, 19 hits, 1 error. A lot of other action. Balk is called.
Why? Because he shook his head. He shook off a pitch.
No. There's a scorecard.
With a crossword on top.
Ooh.
That is impressive. Probably got a Sudoku working too.
Serious multitasking going on there.
That right there, he's throwing a balk. That little right arm flinch. That's bogus.
Giants lost a game or won a game on that.
Bases loaded block. I get it once you've come set. And any kind of movement and then a stop should be a balk. But that to me is nonsensical.
That's a strike, and it's 3-1 to Zobrist, who has a perfect day going. A walk, a single, an RBI double. 2 runs scored for Zobrist.
It's the kind of game that needed a balk, though. We need a catcher's interference before it's over.
We need a cycle. Line foul. 3-2 now. But the fans fight over that one. Good glove man.
Every section needs a hero. You know, everybody's got to step up. He saved somebody a headache right there. That would have just smoked one of those girls back there.
Yes, that was trouble. Target inside. The pitch right there. Strike 3. Zobrist. Out number 1. It's a 9 strikeout game for Astros pitchers. Boy, he put that one in the spot.
Yeah, well, number 6 catches the inside corner. You see Zobrist is leaning, drifting to cover the outside part of the plate. And in so doing, it's very difficult to react to a well-placed inside fastball.
Longoria has a single and a double in 3 trips.
And with a guy like Lopez on the mound, if you're a left-handed hitter, you're going to be looking sinker away. You get such good movement from the middle part of the plate out away. You've got to be looking to cover that pitch. And if he makes his pitch inside, you're pretty much at his mercy.
1-1 to Longoria. Red Sox with 2 in the 7th have a 4-2 lead at Pittsburgh in the bottom of the 7th now. It's 2-1.
I can't tell if it's a hitter zone or a pitcher zone today. You know, because it's sometimes they go one way, sometimes, and then a lot of borderline calls. You know, there's been a lot of pitches just on or just off the edge. I wouldn't say that Randazzo's necessarily having a bad day back there. It's been a tough day to umpire. There's been so many pitches.
A lot of balls have been hit.
Yeah, just a lot of borderline calls too.
That's ball 3, and it's 3-1. Detroit just dropped a 7 spot on Kirk Gibson and Arizona. It's 8-2 Tigers in the bottom of the 8th.
Diamondbacks hanging in there, just a half game behind the Giants, who've started to turn it on again. The Giants have won 4 in a row.
Ripped to left field, and that is high enough to stay in play and didn't quite get out. It's 7-6.
He's going to be out. He stopped running.
He is out.
Wow.
He thought it was gone.
Yeah, he may have a case. They're going to take a look at it, I imagine, but you've got to keep running.
He got thrown out. It might be a home run on review. We'll wait and see, which would tie it if it is. Longoria will wait to see if he's out or just hit a homer. Umpires will go take a look.
Yeah, it looks like a home run. It looked like a home run.
Well, it's a tie ball game if that's the ruling. 7-7.
Although it's so hard to tell if you can. I mean, my guess is that ball would have been out of here. I couldn't tell if he was reaching over it or not. Yeah, it gets his hand. It gets his left hand here.
It
appears, the question is, was he reaching over, or was his hand level or behind the wall? And it looked like the latter. It looked like his hand was not in front of the wall.
It did. A line drive, so would it have dropped below the yellow line? And then there's a question of, okay, he was thrown out at second, but the fan reached over, so that ball wasn't in play if the fan reached over. Now what do you do? A couple different things have to be decided here. It did not come off the wall.
Right, that's right. So it'd be a double. It's either a double or a home run then.
Yeah, so Longoria is not going to be out.
Lucky Longoria.
He's standing on second right now.
Well, Lopez giving up a couple home runs this year. Last year he didn't give up. Did he give up one all last year or something like that?
Yeah, he was really good with that.
There it is, home run.
Tie ball game, 7-7. Lope gave up 4 last year in 67 innings. Longoria takes the tour belatedly, and that's home run number 8 for him. His 3rd hit of the game, so he has a shot at the cycle. He has a single, double, and homer. And it's tied 7-7. There goes J. Happ's win. Longoria's really come alive in this series. He was slumping when he came to Minute Maid Park. He's had 7 hits in these 3 games. Now it's Upton batting. He's had a big day. So that is the 16th blown save for the Astros bullpen. Strike to Upton. That gets Ramos off the hook for the loss. Ooh, upstairs. That one really gets away from Lopez. 1-1. Rodriguez is on deck. Now Brad Mills is coming out. Randazzo shaking his head no, whatever the contention was from Brad Mills. Possibly foul ball contention. 1-1 to count. That's in for a strike on the corner. It's a 6-2 lead for Milwaukee over Minnesota there in the bottom of the 7th inning, and Ryan Braun has hit his 16th home run.
Well, the way Upton reacted to that up and in fastball, you could feel pretty good about throwing one over the outside edge and feel comfortable that he was not going to go out and go to get after it.
Well, slider works for strike 3.
That inside fastball just took him out of that at bat. The way he reacted to it.
2 strikeouts in the inning for Lopez.
He kind of showed his hand. He was so unnerved by that inside fastball.
He's now struck out 76 times this year.
And there are hitters around the game. You get to know them. That, you know, the story is, hey, you knock them down one time, throw one up and in, and they're yours. I haven't seen Upton play enough to make that case about him, but I'm curious to talk to some of the Rays people and see what they say.
Sean Rodriguez looks at it. Carlos Lee with a catch of that looping liner. And in the 6th inning, the Rays tie it with 2 runs, 2 hits. Longoria with a 2-run homer makes it a 7-7 game in the 6th.
The 4th quarter. And Kids at Free all summer presented by Minute Maid is available for every home game this summer. For every full price adult ticket you purchase in the outfield or view deck sections, you'll get up to 2 free tickets for kids 14 years of age and under. Tickets are yours at Astros.com.
11 hits for the Rays, 9 for the Astros. Juan Cruz has had the only 1-2-3 inning for a Tampa Bay pitcher. Clint Barmas leads it off in the home 6th inning. He's 1 for 2, an RBI double, and a line out to left. He looks at strike 1. Roy Halladay has joined the 10-game winners in Major League Baseball with the Phillies beating Oakland today. Phillies 3, Oakland 1. Halladay goes to 10-3 with a 2.40 ERA, beating Josh Outman. Outman is 3-2. Jair Jurgens won his 10th yesterday for Atlanta. Justin Verlander and CC Sabathia are the 10-game winners in the American League so far.
They got there yesterday too, I believe.
Yeah, they did. You're right. 4 balls, 2 strikes. I think there were 9 guys with 9 wins before yesterday. Corcoran on deck. Jason Bourgeois due up third as that foul ball drifts into the seats. Atlanta and San Diego are underway. No score, bottom of the 2nd in San Diego, with Tim Hudson going for Atlanta.
Last couple of years, pitchers have kind of gained some measure of revenge after all those offense.
They sure have.
Good starting pitching, working deeper into games. You stay in the ball game longer. Obviously, you have better chance of winning. So you might have quite a few 20-game winners this year.
That's a foul ball. Yeah, things have swung, and it even seems that with the complete game from James Shields highlighting the point. Friday night, he has 6 now this year. Roy Halladay, with what he's done in recent years, going the distance, that they've swung back more toward the late 60s than early 2000s in terms of starting pitchers staying in games longer now. Certain ones anyway. Guys who really press the pedal to the metal. Barmes is down on strikes. Number 2 for Cruz. He's retired 4 in a row.
Well, Cruz, for his career, has averaged better than a strikeout per inning. He's always been able to elevate that fastball and get it by hitters. That spot right there. And the Seattle staff, the Philly staff, their starters are averaging close to 7 innings a start, which is pretty impressive.
That really is. Carlos Corporon is 1 for 2, a double, and then he came around to score in the 4th inning. That's strike 1 to him. Well, you kind of wonder maybe if you're following that Phillies club closely now, what's going on with the Phils to make up for the loss of Roy Oswalt in the rotation. And Jose Contreras is going to be out now of the bullpen for a while. Brad Lidge apparently won't be ready until after the All-Star break at the earliest.
Right, and with no guarantee what you're going to get out of Brad in the second half.
So they got some position players healthy, the Chase Utleys, but now they're losing pitchers.
Well, you know, with Halladay, Lee, and Hamels pitching as well as they are, nobody's going to feel any real pity for Charlie Manuel.
No. 1-2.
And that kid Worley's pitched pretty good too, hasn't he?
Sure has, yes. He's done a nice job. 6 shutout innings last time out, I believe. Mets lead 5-2 at Texas. They've played 4. And Michael Young hit his 7th home run for the Rangers. Josh Hamilton continuing to struggle in day games, and yesterday he had a rough time.
0 for 4 with 4 punch-outs. He's blaming it on the fact that he has blue eyes.
What is that all about?
You know, I've heard that people with blue eyes are more sensitive to the light, but it's not like he's had these struggles throughout his career, I don't believe.
Okay.
But I have heard that theory that people with blue eyes are more sensitive to the bright light.
Did Frank Sinatra ever give matinee concerts?
That's right. No, he never did.
Okay.
And we have to rewrite Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain. It'd be Blue Eyes Crying in the Daylight. And why are they playing a day game in Arlington today anyway?
That's a really good question. Foul back. Well, they played yesterday for TV, so yeah, they had no choice.
Why?
Today, I don't know.
Yeah. Normally, don't they, by this time of the year, they're playing all night games.
Yes, they are. I don't know why they'd be playing this afternoon at home.
Just want to roast the Mets.
It's so they're not in the Sunday night window so they can televise locally.
Yeah, but their players are going to die.
That's true.
Their fans. Never mind the TV. This TV nonsense rules everything.
It's not as if we're employed by TV. Fly ball deep to left field. Johnny Damon back. 2 outs.
Oh, yeah.
If those checks quit coming, then you'll know.
It's a good idea to play that game in the daytime.
Jason Bourgeois, who entered the game in a double switch, is batting 9th. He's hitting .361. No homers, 9 runs batted in. 97 at bats for Jason. Very, very good numbers. Lately, though, he's been slowed by a quad muscle strain. It was a cramp in Texas, but he's not running 100%. And that takes away from his game because he is very much a speed player.
I just looked it up. It's exactly 100 degrees in Arlington right now.
Oh. Wow.
Wow. Wow, that's brutal. Who's pitching, Dickey? That'd be a good day to throw your knuckleballer.
Dylan G.
All I know is I'm glad I'm not there.
Yeah.
Dylan G. and Derek Holland. And let's see if Mr. Hamilton is in the lineup today. He is not. David Murphy gets a wonderful start on a 100-degree day. Fly ball foul and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Balloon artist.
Well, whiling away some time in the dugout.
Well, some ERAs are ballooning today. This has been a hitting day that we have not seen for a while in this ballpark. 7-7 game in the 6th.
Wonder how that would have played in Bill Verdon's dugout.
Not real well. Bouncer up the middle, and Sean Rodriguez made a terrific play, safe at first. Still an outstanding effort by Rodriguez, but Bourgeois is able to beat it out.
Well, there's been 2 of those. Rodriguez made a heck of a play on Michael Bourne's infield hit in the 4th inning, and an even better effort here. But the speed of Bourgeois, like the speed of Bourne earlier, able to beat the handiwork of Sean Rodriguez. The Kochman trying to buy a call there, running off the field. Larry Vanover, the veteran umpire, will have none of it. Come on, Casey, don't try to influence me. I'm too good for that. Get on back here.
Bourgeois measuring his lead with 2 outs. And the rosin bag is the target of Juan Cruz before facing Michael Bourne, who's 1 for 3. He got that first infield hit to Sean Rodriguez. And that was a big one. It drove in a run. And that gave the Astros run number 6 and snapped the 5-5 tie. Ideally, it would be nice if Bourgeois would steal this base. But is he able to get up to top speed with that leg problem? That's strike 1. Brad Mills expressed some concern about him before the game yesterday, but then today he said Jason's getting better. Jason is 17 for 20 in steals. Shopik has caught 7 of 17. 5 of 6 against Juan Cruz. Each club in double figures in hits. The stolen base may not be as important with all the hitting in this game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Keppinger on deck. This breaks the string for the Rays of not allowing double figures in hits for a while. They had 11 straight games without allowing 10 hits.
I think this is all about Jason's leg. If he's healthy, I think the mandate is go.
Michael Bourne stole in the 4th inning. And the Astros are 4 for 5 in base stealing in this series against the Rays. Final in from Detroit, 8-3 Tigers beating Arizona. Albuquerque won that one over Aaron Heilman. Johnny Peralta hit his 12th homer. They're celebrating in New Mexico. Runner going. Here's the throw. It's there, and the tag is in time for the 3rd out. It's no runs a hit, nobody left, and after 6, Tampa Bay and Houston have really hit their way to an interesting first 6 innings, and it's 7-7.
Sports Houston is brought to you by Hyundai. It's time to join the movement.
It's 7-7. Tampa Bay and Houston move to the 7th inning. So the numbers are wild, and it's Kochman leading it off in the 7th. He's 1 for 3, a double to right field in the 5th inning. Despite all this hitting, there has been some clutch pitching. And one of those times came in the 5th inning for Jay Happ after the Kochman double. He had runners at second and third, nobody out. Got Shoppach, Johnson, and the pinch hitter. And there is strike one as inning number 7 gets underway. And that was full pinch hitting in the inning there in the 5th for the final out. The Rays, even though they've scored 7, have also left 7 on base. No balls, 2 strikes. Brad Mills was out between innings talking with Tony Randazzo about something.
Kochman none too pleased with that call.
No.
Taking a long walk.
Rays led 3-0 after 1/2 inning on a homer by Upton.
And yet, here's a strike.
J.P. Howell's warming up again. It's been a while since his last warm-up.
See if Wilton can throw that same fastball he threw Zobrist over the inside corner last inning. Tried.
Howell was up in about the 3rd inning, if memory serves. He's had a case of the gout, so he's probably hoping he's not like stale coffee today.
Oh, he's too young. That's an old guy. That's an old fat guy disease like me.
Usually so, yeah. Yeah. Kind of surprising. 2-2, but it's related to diet. So he changed his diet. Cut back on red meat and red wine.
Why live?
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Kidding me? Making all that money, he can't buy a bottle of wine and a steak.
That's a hang with him.
Wow, what a bummer.
So you want to be a ball player. Ground ball to first. 2 hopper to Carlos Lee. Tosses to Lopez. 1 out. And it's Kelly Shoppach batting. Or is it? No, it's going to be John Jaso pinch hitting for Shoppach. Shoppach had a tough day at the plate, going 0 for 3 with 2 punch outs. So Jaso against the right-hander Lopez gets the at bat here. He started last night. Jaso had a very good year last year. This year, 223, 3 homers, 16 runs batted in. He is 1 for 8 pinch hitting this year.
Yeah, off year for him. Last year, he hit for a high average. He walked a lot. Joe Madden hit him leadoff quite a bit. Last year, had very high on base percentage.
Well, he's seeing more than 4 pitches per at bat this year. Looks at that one for a strike, and it's 1-1.
The at bats he's had in this series, to me, it looks like he's not ready to hit.
Okay.
He's still got his hands kind of waggling as the ball's being delivered.
Sure does. Still a lot of movement.
Yeah, seeing late and popping up that fastball.
Glenn Barmas out. Well, maybe you should take him under your wing.
Yeah. I'll go down there with my lifetime 0.79 batting average and drop that at his feet and say, you want some advice?
Hey, John, Jim DeShays, you want to talk about extra base hitting?
Want to talk a
Send
little
the
hitting?
chat. 2 outs. And it's Elliott Johnson. Johnson's 1 for 3. Rolled out to second base. Keppinger over to Lee.
Hey.
2-3-7.
3 up, 3 down. First time all day.
First time for the Astros. The Rays have had one of those. 7th inning stretch time. God bless America. Tied 7-7.
Baseball fans, Chevy is proud to support youth baseball leagues in your local community. If you'd like to learn more about Chevy youth baseball programs, go to youthsportswired.com.
Thanks, Greg. We have changes now, including the new pitcher, J.P. Howell, new catcher, new shortstop as well. Bottom of the 7th inning, and Howell's first pitch to Michael Bourne is ball 1. Reed Brignac is the shortstop. He's batting 9th. John Jaso stays in to do the catching after pinch hitting for Shopik. And it's Howell who warmed up much earlier today with a 1-0 pitch. Tap foul, 1 ball, 1 strike. Howell missed last season with shoulder surgery. He had a torn labrum. He is 0-1 this year with a 9.35 ERA in 12 games. Went to the University of Texas. 2 balls and a strike for JP. Kansas City drafted him in 04 with a sandwich pick right after the first round. That's not the pick when you're eating dinner, but then he was traded to Tampa Bay in June of 06. Tapped out to second. Rodriguez without number 1.
Well, he's like their other lefty there, Ramos. Real good off-speed pitch.
He broke Roger Clemens' strikeout record for a 2-season span at UT with 241. And he was a finalist for the Clemens Award. Big 12 pitcher of the year in 04.
Not a hard thrower. Anything but mid-80s fastball, curveball, and that very good changeup. Not a deception.
There's the curve, and it's strike 1 to Cappinger, who has a perfect day going. 2 hits, 2 runs scored, and a sac fly. 11 hits for the Rays, 10 for the Astros. The Rays have the only error in the game. Hunter Pence is on deck. Cruz in 2 innings, allowing 1 hit, no runs, with no walks, struck out 2. That's a ball to Cappinger, and 1-1. Howell started a game in 05 at Kansas City against Roger Clemens, and he lost that game 7-0. Gave up 3 in the first. Morgan Ensberg homered. Lance Berkman had an RBI double. He wound up going 6 innings, giving up 4 runs. In his only, well, he had 2 previous appearances against the Astros. High drive left field. Cappinger goes into the trot. Go ahead line drive homer. 8-7 Houston. Home run number 2 for Cappinger. What a time for it. First long ball for the Astros today. They've been out homered at home this season, 55-20.
Well, what a day Jeff Cappinger has had. Double, single, sac fly, and now this go-ahead home run.
This is a good look. Right into your living room. And it's 8-7 with Hunter Pence looking at ball 1. That was the shot. Kevin Allen out there, isn't it? Bouncer to Howell. Wow, almost knocked him over. 2 outs. First homer for the Astros in the series, and a great time for it as Cappinger made it 8-7.
Yeah, give up a home run, then the next guy tries to hit you in the forehead with a sharp comebacker.
First long ball since the Matt Downs 9th inning pinch hit game winner Wednesday night at Texas. Carlos Lee has 2 extra base hits. That's ball 1. So this one by Cappinger also could be a game winner in the 7th inning. The way this game is going, don't plan on it. 8-7. Check swing call at first by Larry Vanover. It's 2-0. Toronto won in a shutout at St. Louis 5-0. A 4-hitter. Ricky Romero squaring his record at 7-7. Carlos with a tentative swing there. 2 balls and a strike.
When Howell's right, he'll get a lot of ugly swings at his changeup because he really sells it. Has a great delivery, quick hand, looks like the fastball coming out of his hand. And 7 or 8 miles an hour slower with very good darting action moving down.
Longoria. In the 7th inning, there were 3 ground ball outs, but Jeff Keppinger got a pitch he could jerk. He hammered this one to the left field seats. The Astros lead it 8-7.
Right now he's a hero and become the ultimate Whataburger What-A-Fan. Come out next Wednesday from 11 to noon for an autograph session with Astros second baseman Jeff Keppinger and Junction Jack. That'll be at the Whataburger you see listed. While there, you can sign up to be the ultimate Whataburger What-A-Fan and have a chance to win 2 suites and much, much more. Don't miss this chance to meet Jeff Keppinger at Whataburger. What timing?
Yeah, very good timing with a home run. We go to the 8th inning, and Wilton Lopez gets a foul ball from Reed Brignac. He entered the game in the double switch. He's batting 9th and playing shortstop. Brignac started the game last night against Bud Norris, and he had 2 hits in 5 at-bats.
Lope going old school here, working in his 3rd inning.
Sure is. No balls, 2 strikes. He can do that with the frequency of strikes he throws, but still, that's a long outing for him. 184 for Brignac with a homer and 9 driven in. He has the 9th lowest batting average in the majors for 100 at-bats or more this season. A .211 slugging percentage for Reed, the Louisiana native. But a good night last night. Lopez has set down 5 in a row. Punched on a line into the seats.
Well, we were talking about his swing last night. He's got that little bit of an uppercut swing, and with Lopez throwing all those sinkers, if he makes a mistake in the middle of the plate, that's a dangerous place to go. You can go up above the hands with Brignac. That's a little bit of an uncomfortable place for Lopez. He does most of his work down around the knees. Took a shot up there.
Yes, he did.
He's got enough fastball to pitch up in the zone.
That one was clocked at 92. That one's in the air, and Michael Bourne is in, tracking it down. Good way to pitch Brignac. 1 out. That was a complete game 4 hitter for Ricky Romero. And Toronto shutting out St. Louis, with Romero lowering his ERA to 2.74 with a homer from Arancibia, winning at 5-0. So the AL East still looking pretty interesting. Toronto began the day 7 games out, but now climbs back to 500. Johnny Damon with 2 for 4, looks at ball 1. Joe Madden has been managing like crazy today. He's used all of his bench players except Matt Joyce.
And Joe Madden thinks the American League East just got a little bit tougher here with the, well, not just, but when they named Alex Anthopoulos the GM up there in Toronto, he really thinks he'll do a nice job putting that roster together.
Yeah, we were pretty well impressed when we were up there. 2 balls and a strike. Milwaukee won 6-2 over Minnesota at Milwaukee. Chris Narveson winning it over Carl Pavano. Hendrick gets out of the way of that one. Good play there by the Rays fan.
The Brewers swept that series, cooling off a Twins team that had been pretty hot. Now it's 5 losses in a row all of a sudden for Minnesota, losing that weekend series in Milwaukee.
3-game lead now for Milwaukee over St. Louis. Cardinals and Reds have a big July 4th meeting coming up. Looped over shortstop Michael Bourne with a hit to left center field. Not close enough to lay out for it. A 1-out single for Damon. Damon's 3 for 5. Very good day for Johnny Damon.
2 outs he made were absolute rockets, then a couple of cheap hits and a legit base hit here for his 3rd knock on the afternoon.
He's aboard, and it's Ben Zobrist at the plate. He has 14 extra base hits from the 7th inning on this year, and he is 2 for 3 with an RBI. 2 runs scored in this game. Top of the order really coming through for the Rays, and the Astros have had that same kind of delivery from their guys at the top. That's ball 1. Now a final Boston 4, Pittsburgh 2 in Pittsburgh. Andrew Miller wins. Tim Wood the loser. Jonathan Papelbon save number 14. 2-0. Kansas City beat the Cubs 6-3. Luke Hochevar winning that one over Randy Wells. Joaquin Soria getting his 13th save. Two balls and a strike to Ben Zobrist. 23,965 the paid attendance today at Minute Maid Park. And the throw goes over to first on Damon. Adrian Gonzalez played first today for Boston. He had 2 hits and 2 walks. He's hitting .361. He and the Red Sox will be here next weekend. Big Poppy pinch hit. Off the leg of Lopez. It trickles out to shortstop, and Barmas was headed for second. Now he gets back on an infield hit by Zobrist. 2 on, 1 out for Longoria. 3 hits for Zobrist.
Nice approach, just staying through the ball, going right back up the middle. Longoria took Wilton Lopez deep last time he faced him. Will not get a chance to do it again.
Brad Mills going out. He went to Tony Randazzo. Mark Melanson's been warming up. That'll do it. And we have another change coming as well. Matt Downs is going out to play an infield spot. We'll be back with the score 8-7 Houston. Quite a day, and Jeff Keppinger hit the go-ahead homer. Now he's been double switched out of the game. The Astros have 11 hits, 8 for extra bases. Keppinger 3 for 3 with a homer. A sac fly has given the Astros the lead with a 7th inning bomb. Upton 1 for 4. He's driven in 4, 3 homers in 3 games in this series for Upton. The Astros 4 for 11 with men in scoring position. Longoria with a big day. And now it's Mark Melancon in with runners at first and second, 1 out, and Longoria bats again. He has a single and a double in addition to that 2-run homer. Melancon throws strike 1, and Matt Downs has taken over at second base for Keppinger. The pitcher Melancon goes into Keppinger's number 2 spot in the order. Downs into the pitcher's number 6 spot because Brad Mills wants Melancon to finish this game.
That pitcher spot for the Astros due up second next inning.
In the dirt, did he go? Nope.
So this way Downs can get that at bat in the bottom half of the 8th. If Melancon gets the job done, the Astros won't need to hit in the bottom half of the 9th. The numbers are very good for Mark. 5-1, 198 the ERA. 6 saves and 8 tries. First appearance in this series after working twice in Texas. A lot of run in each of those ball games, but picked up the win in the finale of that series in Arlington.
He came in with the Astros trailing 2-1 in the 8th, and that one gave up an RBI double to Michael Young. He's allowed runs in his last 2 games. He gave up an upper deck homer to Mitch Moreland in Texas Monday in an 8-3 loss. Now Corporon goes out, but Melancon has not had a save opportunity since June 8th when he saved a 4-1 win here over St. Louis. Long series of signs with Damon on second base. They talk it over. Now just going back through the day-by-day scores for the Astros, it's hard to find this kind of a high-scoring game this season at Minute Maid Park. The Astros lost a game here to St. Louis 11-7 back on the 28th of April, but this is a very unusual sort of game this season for the Astros. Ground ball goes foul. 1-2. Astros led it 7-5 after 4, but then in the 6th inning, the Rays tied it on a Longoria 2-run homer. After that, Wilton Lopez got tough and retired 6 in a row. He went 2 1/3 today.
Oh my!
Strike 3.
Longoria knew it, boy.
Bounced right out of there without argument.
That pitch was right there.
Two outs, and now Upton bats. With the 4 RBI game, he's 1 for 4. That's a big out for Melancon and the Astros against a team that's pounded out 13 hits and had some lineouts as well. In the dirt, it kicks away, but not very far. Rays are 12-6 in 1-run games this year. Joe Madden checks the lineup card. He has Matt Joyce available on the bench.
Rays' next 20 games are against the Reds, the Cardinals, the Twins, the Yankees, and the Red Sox. So they got a pretty beefy schedule in front of them.
There's a swing at a pitch in the dirt. Strike 1.
Yeah, we'll see, and that's Upton's MO, and like a lot of guys who fit his profile, he's trying to get into hitters' counts and then just cheat on a fastball, and that's what he was doing there. Just sitting fastball dead red there on 2-0. Tried to check when he ultimately recognized curveball, but it was too late. And that's not just any old curveball. He's got a good yacker.
2-2. Now Melanson can make his pitch. The crowd will respond in an 8-7 game in the 8th inning. 23,965 paid on a Sunday. 6 games remaining on the homestand. Tomorrow an off day. Texas begins the next segment Tuesday night at 7:05. Three and two. Damon at second. Zobrist at first. Running on the next pitch.
That's a dangerous take right there by Upton. He got rung up looking at a fastball in the 4th, and according to pitch tracks, should be heading to the dugout.
That's ball 4. Now the bases are loaded, and it's Rodriguez batting. That was not close enough to tempt him. 4th walk for Astros pitchers in this game. Rodriguez is 0 for 2 with a couple of walks, or will it be Rodriguez? Looks like Matt Joyce is coming out. Well, the only remaining bench player is going to be used right here because he's a left-handed power hitter. Been a good RBI man this year for Joe Madden. And he'll call on Joyce. Lineup card right there indicating the extra men. Joyce has hit .308. He has 10 homers, 36 runs batted in. He's 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter. Has an OPS of better than 900. Very impressive season underway for Matt Joyce, and he has 2 career grand slams. Joyce is 1 for 4 with a walk in this series. He started last night's game against Bud Norris. Had a 5th inning single.
Left-handed hitters have not posed much of a problem for Melanson. They're hitting just a 176 against him.
Damon, Zobrist, and Upton are on.
Moving through that one a wee bit. Now he's in a bit of a pickle. 2-0 with the bases juiced.
Kochman on deck.
So now he's got to find a way to throw a strike, but not give in to the heart of the plate. He's allowed 2 home runs this year, both fairly memorable, both to left-handed hitters. The one Brownie mentioned to Moreland, and then McCann got him in Atlanta to tie a ball game.
Swing by Joyce, 2-1. Joyce is a native of Tampa, Florida.
There's a swing of a guy who's been on the bench all day.
Yeah.
Bat a little sluggish through the zone.
145 average in June. He's hit under 200 also since late May. And late on that one. 2-2 as Melanson makes a comeback.
It's always the dilemma a manager has when deciding to pinch hit. You send up a guy who's a better hitter. You've got the lefty now facing a righty, but you've also taken a guy out of the game who's been in the flow of the game and has had at-bats all afternoon, and you're replacing him with the guys coming fresh off the bench.
Deep drive to right field near the line. It is carrying well into the corner, and that's going to score at least 2 to give the Rays the lead, 9-8. A 2-run pinch double by Joyce. And this game swings back in the other direction as the Rays have a 9-8 lead.
Boy, he looked bad those first 2 swings, but they give you 3. And it's funny because I remember having the same exact thought in the Atlanta game with McCann up there. But certainly he was a better. I can't remember who he was hitting for at the time. But well, that's a tough job to come off the bench, and you always wonder about that, especially with a guy who doesn't have a lot of experience as a pinch hitter. But this time, Joe Madden comes out smelling like a rose.
The Rays had 14 pinch hits this season at 50 at bats with 4 runs batted in all year from their pinch hitters. Now they have 2 from Joyce with that one swing. And Wilton Lopez.
You just don't do it much in the American League.
Nope. Lopez in 2 1/3 innings allowing 4 hits, 4 runs, no walks, 2 strikeouts. Now on the hook for the L in this one. Runners at second and third, 2 outs. Kochman, the batter, he's 1 for 4. Ball 1 to him. Well, it really swung in both directions also for Wilton. He was in a position to be the winner. Now he's in the opposite spot. Johnson, Downs, and Barmas due up in the bottom half. Broken bad looper. That makes it into right field. Scoring Upton, and now here's a throw to the plate on Joyce. Joyce slides, and he is safe. Kochman into second, and it's now 11-8. Now Brad Mills comes out as Melanson is questioning the call by Tony Randazzo.
Well, Corcoran never moved. I think Carlos will say, look, man, he still hasn't scored. I'm sitting on top of home plate. It's been, what, 3 plays at the plate in this series at least. Well, let's see. We'll get a good look here. Well, no, he wasn't. He was behind the plate. Good call. And that's what happened in last night's game. Carlos got just a little too deep. He's out in front of home plate when he catches that ball. He can keep home plate blocked, keep the base runner off. And again, that's a much tougher play for a catcher when the throw is coming from right field, because you can't see the base runner coming down the line like you would if the throw was coming from left.
It's a 4-run 8th inning so far, and Kochman went to second after that 2-run single on the throw to the plate. Gives him 22 runs batted in. Now a 3-run lead, 11-8. And Jaso will be batting. He'll be the 8th Ray to bat here in the 8th inning. They scored 4 runs on 4 hits. Here's the play again.
You see, there's just that little opening. That front corner of the home plate is there for Joyce. And ultimately, he's pushed off the plate, but not until right there. He gets the corner, then the tag is applied.
Jaso looks at it. It's ball 1. Jaso pinch hit for Shopik in the 7th inning and popped to short. Big hit by Kochman after the 2-run pinch double by Joyce. So back-to-back 2-run deliveries by these left-handed Rays hitters in the 8th inning. They now have 15 hits. That one goes foul. It's 1-1. A real battle today. Starting with a 3-run Rays top of the 1st inning. The Astros scored in each of the first 4 innings, a total of 7 runs there. Bouncer Carlos Lee tossing to Melanson. And in the 8th inning, the Rays parade 8 to the plate. 4 of them score on 4 hits. They leave a man. They're up 11-8.
25 times at Astros.com. Visit Astros.com and cast your ballot now for your 2011 All-Stars. You can vote early and you can vote often. And you can start by voting today at Astros.com.
Crazy game today at Minute Maid Park. It's 11-8, Tampa Bay. Pitcher number 5 has come in from the bullpen, Joel Peralta. He pitched in last night's game, 1/3 of an inning, giving up 2 hits, 1 run. Got a hold in the Tampa Bay 7-2 win. He's 2-3. His ERA is 3.5 with 28 strikeouts and 12 walks and only a 198 opponent average against him.
Peralta pitches this season at the 35 years of age. Turned 35 back in March. He's been a big leaguer since 05 when he came in with the Anaheim of Los Angeles, Southern California Angels. Been a Royal, a Rocky, and a National prior to joining the Rays.
First pitch, ball 1 to Chris Johnson, who's 0 for 3. Matt Joyce stays in to play right field. Ben Zobrist has moved to second base. Now no more bench players available for Joe Madden in this game. One ball, 1 strike with Matt Downs on deck. Clint Barmas is due up third for Houston. Washington won 2-1 at Chicago over the White Sox. Livan Hernandez going to 5-8 with a victory over Philip Humber. He's 7-4. Drew Storen got his 19th save. Danny Espinosa hit his 14th home run for the Nats. Did you see exactly when Davey Johnson's going to be taking over?
I think he's there now.
Oh,
I believe.
Okay.
It's been, what, 10 years since Davey Johnson has managed in the big leagues?
Sounds about right. Fouled away J.P. Howell in 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, 1 run with no walks and no strikeouts. He could be the winning pitcher in this game.
Peralta, a guy who's primarily fastball slider. Does not sink the ball. He gets a lot of outs in the air.
Away by Johnson. Still a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
CJ frustrated with himself there. Stay through the ball. Pulled off that off-speed pitch a little bit.
The Astros with 11 hits, 6 of them doubles. They have 1 triple and 1 homer. 8 of the 11 for extra bases. It's 2-2 to Johnson.
He learned his lesson, stayed back, laid off that changeup. It's the kind of game where if the Astros lose, people say, it was a bad game. They played sloppy. They really haven't. They just didn't pitch well. Defensively, they've been fine, and they've had a great day at the plate.
They really have. Yeah, long at bats, productive, hit the ball hard. Good situational hitting, especially in the 4th inning. This one's hit well to left center field. That's going to fly off the bullpen fence. Another double, number 7 of the day for the Astros, and Johnson's 18th of the year.
Yeah, this one's not over yet. This is a hitter's day at Peralta, like many of the pitchers before him. Throwing a straight fastball over the heart of the plate and paying the price. Laying off that second changeup, really the key to that at bat.
Johnny Damon's going to be tired after this game.
Get me back to the American League where I can DH.
He's done a lot of running in left field. Now Matt Downs, who made his first start of this season at shortstop last night, hit the big pinch hit 2-run homer to win the game Wednesday night at Texas. Off the closer, Feliz. He rips one foul.
Be afraid to hit a corner. And you gotta love the moxie though of Peralta, because he's pitching like he throws 97. You can afford to. You can throw that right center square there if you throw 96 and you've got movement, but he's throwing 89 and it's straight as a string.
In the dirt. 1-1. Downs has been the best pinch hitter around. 7 for 18 with a couple of homers in 8 driven in. That's the long one.
Yeah, the big one in Arlington.
Lefty Adam Russell's warming up for the Rays. That's the most recent big swing as a pinch hitter. He's not technically a pinch hitter in this game. Already in the game at second base, but nonetheless his first at bat of the day here in the 8th inning. And Matt with a .556 slugging percentage, one of those guys the Astros like at the plate in situations like this. He can really turn on a good fastball. Don't know how many he'll see here. CJ draws some attention.
He has the advantage of knowing that it's a 3-run lead and that Peralta may be aggressive because of that 3-run lead. He certainly was with that first fastball.
That's a high drive left field. Johnny Damon back. Looking up, and Matt Downs has hit another one, a 2-run shot. It's 11-10. That's 6 home runs for Matt Downs. He's tied for second on the club.
Yeah, and how about that home run ratio? By far the best in that dugout.
Back to a 1-run lead for Tampa Bay on the home run by Downs.
Downs had got the start last night and couldn't make much good happen, but coming off the bench today, he does what he's done frequently this season. The secret weapon.
Boy, that's been amazing production. In clutch time, he's the guy. Now Joe Madden's on his way. Clint Barmas will be the batter. Move to the bullpen coming up. Pitcher number 6 is about to enter, and it's 11-10 Tampa Bay. Back in a moment. And their opponents have both been in double figures in runs scored. It's 11-10, and it's a crazy one here at Minute Maid Park. These fans have seen tons of offense.
Yeah, win or lose, they have been entertained today.
And there's some energy going there as pitcher number 6 comes out of the bullpen.
Okay, there's one I haven't seen before.
What's that?
Oh, this thing they're doing on the scoreboard. The kitty pump and the hot dog pump. The rally pump. Okay.
Adam Russell, he's 1-1 with a 2.73 earned run average. 28 years old, from North Olmsted, Ohio, and Ohio University.
Hey, that's where Mike Schmidt went to college.
Sure is.
Frank Howard, too, I think. It was Frank Ohio State.
He was Ohio State, yep.
Well, Russell, another one of those guys that came over in the deal with the San Diego Padres. He can throw that first pitch fastball about 70% of the time.
He's listed at 6'8", 255.
Going to come in there at about 95 mile an hour.
And it goes out about 112 on a single to left by Barmas. His second hit of the game. Wow, what a game.
Time to unplug the phone in the bullpen, boys. Nobody wants a part of this thing.
Bobby Meacham with a big smile at first.
And another one right down the channel. Two hits for Barmas plus a line out this afternoon.
Carlos Corporan is the batter. He's 1 for 3. Pitcher spot's due up first in the 9th for the Rays. They don't have any pinch hitters left unless they want to pinch hit with a pitcher.
Shields takes a pretty good swing.
Well, they could do that. Corporan doubled and scored in the 4th. He bunts. And it's a good one. That pitch was in on him, too. It's hard to bunt one on your thumbs, but he got it out to the first baseman Kochman, and it's a sacrifice from 3 to 4, getting Barmas to second, 1 out.
Yeah, this was kind of a strange technique, but he got the job done.
And the bat angled in the right direction.
If he steps on home plate, he's out.
Yes. Sacrifice 3 to 4. Now it's Jason Bourgeois with a runner at second. Ball 1 to Jason. He got the infield hit to second in the 6th inning. Michael Bourne's on deck. 14 hits for the Astros, 15 hits for the Rays. Bouncer toward the hole. Longoria flags it down. Tags.
Oh, no.
And a double play. He tagged Barmas and then threw out Bourgeois for a 5-3 double play. And that's the way the 8th inning ends.
Clinton usually a real heads-up base runner, but he ran into one there.
11 to 10 Rays after 8. After the 4-run 8th, the Astros came back with 2 of their own in the bottom of the 8th, but then the tag play on the base runner Barmas by Longoria, and then he completes the double play. got the Rays out of further trouble in the 8th inning. Now they're going to send up a starting pitcher from last night, Wade Davis, who put down 2 sacrifice bunts. He was 0 for 1 last night. He's 0 for 2 as a major league hitter in his career. He is pinch hitting for Russell, leading off the 9th.
Barmes maybe has the best instincts of anybody on the team, but he got caught there. Just, it's the kind of game, back and forth, and you're 1 run away from tying, and I'm sure he's thinking, boy, if that ball squirts through, I'm going to score on this base hit. But you got to let it get through.
Out into right, Hunter Pence slides for it. That's a hit. First major league hit for Davis. Earlier, Neiman got his first hit.
Everybody hits today.
They want the baseball.
Yeah. They could just pull some random fan out of the stands and they go up there and get a knock. The way this thing is going.
That's 16 hits now for the Rays, 30 in the game. And Davis becomes a base runner for Brignac. The shortstop batting ninth. Brignac hit a fly ball to center in the 8th inning in his first at bat. He's looking now at Tom Foley, the coach, for instructions here. See if he might be asked to bunt.
Davis with very little experience on the bases. That changes the equation a little bit.
Boy, it does.
I think anybody else out there, he's probably bunting to play for an insurance run.
Kyle Farnsworth, the closer, won an inning at 2/3 last night to get save number 16. He threw 20 pitches in the game, and he's out there again. 1-1 to Brignac. This might flash back the clock for you if you've been following Astros baseball for a little bit more than a decade. This seems like one of those games in 2000 when they opened the stadium. 21 runs and 30 hits. One and two. Russell in 1 inning allowed 1 hit, no runs. He had no walks, no strikeouts. He was pitcher number 6 for Joe Madden. The runner takes
How about
off.
This?
Yeah, and he advances on a wild pitch. He was ready to go, and Davis moved from first to second on the wild pitch. They must have coached him up, JD.
I think they did. I mean, they're playing behind him, and understandably so. But he sees the ball in the dirt, and for an inexperienced base runner, no hesitation. I mean, shuffle, peeks in, sees it in the dirt. I mean, the only bad thing about it, the slide was a little late.
These pitchers are going to have some things to talk about on their flight back home tonight.
And they're going to be talking about free agency and moving to the National League where they can have a little fun.
You know, it's got to be so much fun for them. Not much so for Melanson with a 2-2 count now. The Astros will have Bourne, the pitcher spot, and Pence due up in the last of the 9th. Fouled away. So they still have Jason Michaels available to pinch hit. Angel Sanchez, J.R. Tolles, Esposito. All those guys preparing themselves for Kyle Farnsworth. Strike call, and that's out number 1 here in the 9th inning. Second strikeout for Melanson.
Throws Brignac with the fastball.
Johnny Damon has hits his last 3 at bats. He's 3 for 5 on the day.
That's no biggie. He had 3 hits in an inning once back in 2003.
Ball 1 to Damon.
A slasher, a good high ball hitter.
In that 04 World Series year for Boston, he drove in 94 runs. Bangs this one into right field. Davis to third. Stop sign there. They're not going to send him home. And 4 straight hits for Damon. Now it's Zobrist coming up.
Still, the 2 best balls he's hit today were outs. He's probably thinking, I could be 6 for 6 with a little luck.
Zobrist has 3 hits and a walk. He has scored 3 runs. 17 hits for the Rays.
Stretch Suba beginning to warm up now in the Astros bullpen.
Well, the Astros have only used 3 pitchers.
Sergio Escalona.
Compared to the 6, and it will be 7 for the Rays before this game's over.
That's
at least.
If the Astros can tie this thing in the bottom half, they would be in pretty good shape going into extra innings.
True. Baltimore beating Cincinnati today 7-5. Guthrie the winner. Homer Bailey lost it. It's 0-2 for Melanson.
You see Cincinnati playing Baltimore, don't you automatically flash back to those World Series games?
Yeah.
Brooks Robinson.
Oh, what a great series he had. He kept robbing doubles from Johnny Bench and Lee May.
He got the MVP of that series, and Sparky Anderson said, well, I hope the car, in the game of car, he said, I hope it's got a big glove box.
That was blocked by Corcoran. 1-2. (11-10) here in the 9th inning.
Carlos a little nicked up, taking some time.
Yankees beat Colorado 6-4 at Yankee Stadium with save number 20 from Mariano Rivera. Boone Logan got the win. Mark Teixeira hit number 23. Ty Wigginton hit a couple to give him 12 for the Rockies. Downs comes to the plate. Corcoran with a tag. Out. He blocks off Davis. Good play by Downs. Make that pickup on the run, get the throw onto the plate so Corcoran could set up for the tag on the pitcher sliding Davis. 2 outs, runners at first and second.
And yet another play at the plate for Corcoran. Probably a double play ball, but if you're not sure, home is the way to go.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that run doesn't score.
I mean, get the double play, the inning's over. But if you're not comfortable, if you don't know for sure you're going to get 2, and you see that guy heading home from third base, your instincts kind of draw you there.
Hickey talking with Davis after his pitcher had to slide at home plate into the catcher. It's something the base coaches always cringe about.
Probably why they had Davis hit and not Shields. They can't afford to lose Shields.
Good point.
It's a cold business sometimes.
David Price there, the number 1 starter.
Yeah, Price isn't going out there.
No. Now 4 plays at the plate in this game, so Corcoran, and then the earlier plays in the series you talked about, he's really been involved in the mix there at home plate the last few days. Now they talked about it with Longoria about to bat. Longoria's had a big day with 3 hits, including a 2-run homer. Strike 1.
Good heater, big swing. Reset and do it again.
One and one to count. The Angels and Dodgers are in the middle of the 6th inning. No score at Dodger Stadium.
Let me guess, Kershaw.
Let's see. We'll have to check. Weaver for the Angels. Probably.
Ooh, boy, that's a good one if it is Kershaw.
Probably is about. Yes, it is Kershaw. This is a dandy.
Uh-oh.
That is going to be quite a tour of the bases. A 3-run homer for Longoria. Second home run of the game. 4th hit. And 5 runs batted in for Longoria today.
This one may be too much to overcome. Boy, the Astros have battled all day long. It's not over yet, but they've only got 3 outs to play with.
14 to 10.
And now you're thinking maybe you should have turned that double play. That's the fear. You don't get 2, you bring 1 more bat to the plate, and in this case, a very dangerous one. Bam. Get out in front of that one.
And left in a flash. That's the 18th hit for the Rays. And now this one for Upton. A single to right field is number 19. His second hit. .38 pitches for Melanson, and that's going to be it. Escalona's been warming up. Brad Mills will go to him. Pitcher number 4 on his way with the score. Tampa Bay 14 and Houston 10.
Aren't pulled all the way in, so that was the deployment. If you can get 2, get 2. If not, come home if you're not sure. So, very difficult to second guess Matt Downs' play there by nailing that runner at home. And it'd be interesting to hear what Millsy has to say after the game, what he would have preferred to have happened there. It's just a tough play for a fielder, in real time to decide whether to go home or to try to turn that double play, because if you don't turn that double play, you allow that insurance run to score.
Now Escalona against Matt Joyce, who hits it foul for strike 1. Escalona was in last night's game, giving up 3 hits and 3 runs in 1 inning. Foul fly ball goes out of play, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Mets lead at Texas 7-3 in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's 1-2.
Pretty good looking pitch. The numbers on Escalona are solid. Left-handed hitters 5 out of 27 against him.
Cracked bat, foul ball. Still 1-2. Joyce going back for another stick. And quite a day for Jeff Neiman. He shared many season passes in the rainbow seats at the Astrodome with his dad. He was here for the 2004 All-Star game and the 05 World Series at Minute Maid Park. And things didn't go very well for him, but how much has happened since he left the game after giving up 5 runs in 3. Got his first major league hit, and that's what most people will be talking about, the hitting in this one today. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Both starters allowed 5 runs. There's been 14 runs put on the board after that.
Strikeout looking. That ends the 9th. A very productive frame with 3 runs scoring for the Rays on 4 hits. And they lead it 14-10.
Been brought to you by the Progressive Insurance Group. For a money-saving car insurance quote, call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE today. Well, the Rays go to their 7th pitcher to try to nail this one down with a 4-run lead. Let's go back upstairs to Bill Brown and Jim DeShays.
So it is not a safe situation for Kyle Farnsworth, but nonetheless, deep into the bullpen. Pitcher number 7 comes in for Joe Madden to get those final 3 outs. He hopes 16 saves in 17 opportunities, a 2.05 ERA. And if the Rays can nail it down, save or not for Farnsworth, they have swept this 3-game weekend series in Houston.
Now, I guarantee you it feels like a safe situation for Farnsworth and for the Rays dugout the way this game has gone. He's been good this year. Low ERA. He's converted all the save opportunities except for 1.
When he got number 16 last night, that tied his career high for saves. He had that many in 05 with Detroit and Atlanta. And now it's Michael Bourne. 1 for 4 with an RBI in the 4th inning, coming up to lead it off. Jason Michaels is on deck with the pitcher's spot. Escalona due up next. Melanson in 1 1/3 innings allowed 6 hits, 5 runs, walking 1, fanning 1. Farnsworth with strike 1 to Bourne. Ground ball, and Kochman is there. He staggers a little bit, gets it on to Farnsworth, 1 out. Now Michaels will pinch hit for Escalona, who in 1/3 of an inning allowed no hits, no runs, and had a strikeout. J. Mike, a 205 hitter, has 1 homer. He's driven in 5 runs and 73 at bats. As a pinch hitter, he is 2 for 19. started all 3 games against the Rangers. So he's had recent at-bats. He's hitting .263 in June for 38 at-bats this month with 10 hits. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Hunter Pence is on deck. Two balls and a strike. We never did find out what you did to celebrate your birthday. We got interrupted, JD. Do anything special?
Played a round of golf.
That's pretty good.
Had a cupcake.
Well, you might play another round of golf tomorrow with the off day coming.
I don't know, those early tee times get gobbled up, and
yeah, they do.
The rest of the day it's too blasted hot.
Yes, it certainly is. 3 balls and a strike. And the Rays personnel very appreciative of this ballpark. Shortstop waiting for it. Brignac. 2 outs. And as they go back home to theirs, maybe their movement will proceed for them to get a new stadium. We'll have to try to follow that situation from afar.
Well, their lease is crazy long, right through 2027 or 37
That's
or something like that. So
yeah.
they're going to have to negotiate their way out of it. And the mayor of St. Petersburg is not inclined to do that because, you know, if you're the mayor or the city council or whatever they have, you know, you don't want to see the team leave on your watch.
True. Hunter Pence is 1 for 4. That hit was a double in the 3rd. And that's ball 1.
Boy, this game is going to keep Gene Diaz and the media people busy, huh? The media relations people trying to crunch all the notes that'll come out of this one.
There'll be a bunch. He just made an announcement about all the offense in this game that we'll try to pass along to you. That one's foul. The most doubles in the game, 7 for the Astros since September 12, 2003. Club record's 10. And the most extra base hits, 10 in the game since that same date in 03. But the club record for doubles in a game is 10. So they fell short of that. And that was said back in '99. 2 balls and a strike. A lot of hitting, and you know, the way things have been going for the Astros, you would have thought with this much hitting, things would have gone very well for them today. Just tough to coordinate things sometimes when a team is struggling. And the Astros have lost 16 of 21 in that kind of a situation where when you hit, you don't pitch so well, vice versa. Then one game is the fielding that isn't there. Another game, the hitting is not quite up to snuff, and so on. Really tough for Brad Mills and all the people in uniform, too, with what they're going through, because they're putting in the usual extra work, trying to get better. And yet they get into a favorable situation. They play well for several innings of a game, and then a few other innings don't go well.
Yeah, but so many guys on the field today had good days.
Yeah.
And just not many of the pitchers. And this is, you know, it's a game of departments. The hitting department was really, really good today. The pitching department, not good at all.
That's it. Strike 3. Hunter Pence caught looking to end this game, and the Rays sweep it. They go 5-1 on a road trip, and they are 9-3 against the National League this season. They're a season high 10 games over 500 right now. 44-34, 14-10 Tampa Bay. Wasn't it?